Siemano. Jesteśmy na wizji.
No okej, witamy. Jak coś,
Jesteśmy
bo
na
teraz
wizji.
nie wiem czemu, ale można trzy kółka, więc jakby mi tam na formującym gra nałożyła czy coś, to musisz tam pisali, że w timekeeping trzeba napisać, żeby zdjęli. Mówię, pokaż, masz 3 kółka na to, nie? Czy coś, to musisz tam pisali, że w timekeeping trzeba napisać, żeby zdjęli. Powiesz, masz 3 kółka na to, nie?
Tylko chyba musisz mówić tylko na streamie, bo podwójnie się słychać.
Aha, no tak, oczywiście. Proszę.
Tylko musisz mi jeszcze raz powiedzieć, bo nie ogarnąłem.
Mówię, że teraz można DQ dostać. Tak jest serwer ustawiony, jak się kary nie odbędzie. Więc jakbym dostał na formującym czy coś, to musisz w kanale timekeeping
Hi
na
drivers, you've got
Discordzie
30
napisać, żeby nam
seconds to
zdjęli.
press drive.
I 3
30
kółka
seconds,
służą
so you
na
need to be on
zdjęcie,
the
inaczej
grid or
DQ.
else you won't make the start. So 30
Hi
second
drivers,
warning.
you've got 30 seconds
I can see
to
gaps.
drive.
Okay.
30 seconds, so you need to be on the grid or else you won't make
Okay.
the start. So 30-second warning. I can see gaps on the. Three, two,
Dobra,
one.
co, będę ci
And the
liczył,
formation lap
paliwo.
started. Good luck, guys.
Ja mam na telefonie, mi pokazuje jak coś, ale okej. No i zasłoń tam czatem, wiesz, prawy dolny róg u mnie, nie? W testowym wyścigu
Information to the drivers, the formation lap has started, as we did 1 hour ago.
Czatem prawy dolny róg, przecież
Please
u ciebie jest
let's
czat.
minimize the gaps during the formation lap. It makes our life easier on this side. Exiting T16, everyone to grid positions, please.
jak u mnie jest czat, jak je streamuję na swoim koncie YouTube, a nie na F7. Dobra, nie wiem, no zrób tak, żeby było dobrze.
Okej.
Good luck, Kuba.
Thank you.
Okay, reminder to everyone, let's close the gaps, prepare to assume formation positions as we exit T16, side by side, cool, and no overtaking before the line. The GT gap looks okay. Let's try and do it as we did on the first one, please, and good luck to everyone.
No dobra, mądrze tampowo.
Dziękuję.
Everyone in grid positions, everyone to grid positions now. Everyone to grid positions now, please. Again, no overtaking before you cross the line. Leading car into the pits, side by side please. Green flag is in the air. We have started for the LMP2s. Okay, GT cars keep the formation. Go, go, go. Go, go, go for GTs. We have yellow flags at T1.
Ajajaj.
Tak, wygramy. Tak, ale jest ostatnia, no, po Sebringu w styczniu.
O Boże, aleś zjebałem. Dobra, report. Ja pierdolę, no naprawdę. Boże, zreportuj to. Przepraszam, zjebałem w chuj. Tego GTK możesz przeprosić, żeby nas nie zraportowali, co go w dupę puknąłem.
Co tu się dzieje?
Czymś z Baldwin chyba Maxa Verstappena się za dużo naoglądał przy wyprzedzaniu. Ale dobrze jadę. To już tyle. Podpadało pod blokowanie jak dla mnie, no ale...
Dobra, nimi to tam się nie przejmuj, przecież oni i tak wymiękną.
Prawda, nie przejmuje się. Tam jak goś ma tempo sensowne, no to będę za nim jechał. Otworzysz mi okno? Pierdolę. Co ja jadę? Okay.
Paliwo masz ok?
Tak, tak. 3,36 mogę zużywać. O, tu wojna. Nie, że ten Baldwin zjedzie wcześniej. Nie mnie przyblokuje w picie. Dobra, zjeżdżajcie proszę. Ojej.
That was a 1:46.19.
Nikt nie zjechał. Ale jaja. Nie zmieniam, opon leje pełen bak. Brak uszkodzeń.
Tak zrób. Traf w pitbox, żebyś nie musiał cofać.
Wiem. Będzie ciężkie.
The lap was a 1:56.35.
Myślę, że mnie zablokuje. Ja pierdolę. Muszę cofnąć. Tylko cofnę w niego.
No to uważaj.
Na pełny zmienił. No dobra. Trudno. Teraz będę miał wolny wjazd.
Zawsze jesteś źle ustawiony, nie?
No ale mogłem się ustawić lepiej.
No, ciężko.
A zraportowałeś tego Boldwina, czy nie?
Tak. Nie ma limitu opon. 3 mieszanki, softy, medyhardy, każdy jakich chce, ile chce.
Jest to ten korek mi nie siadł teraz.
Geordie is being caught by
Trudno.
Dane Warren.
Ja mógłbym więcej miejsca zostawić, tylko tak jedzie ciasno.
James Baldwin na softach jechał.
Mhm. Tak mi korek siadał na pierwszym stincie. Teraz już lipa.
That was a 1:48.86.
Leczenie.
That was a 1:47.13.
S1.
Dobrze idziesz, powiem ci.
Ciekawe jak to oszczędza na 23.
The lap was a 1:47.04.
Na razie to do wszystkich odrobiłeś.
No i o to chodzi. Jeśli ja odrabiam, to nie wiem, co ty zrobisz. Chyba ich dogonisz.
Wiesz co, no... plan jest taki, że Kuba teraz pojedzie 2 stinty, potem Agustin i ja do końca.
No to jadę. Kurwa, nie może zostawić miejsca po jednej stronie, nie? Korona, bo jej z głowy spadła. Będzie blisko, żeby Poldwin nam nie dogonił, co?
Zaraz ci powiem, czy on znowu na softach.
Restint as far.
A, myślę, że tak.
Rzeczywiście, na softach. To nawet jak cię dogoni, to co z tego?
Może znowu w picie się nie będę mógł ustawić. Zatem teraz oboje zmieniamy opony.
No, to się nie daj wyprzedzić. Nie no, dzielnie wyprzedzić.
Jakby była szansa, że mnie dojdzie, to możesz napisać do nich, że jeśli on mnie wyprzedzi, no to ja się ustawię krzywo w picie i jego zablokuję i oboje na tym stracimy. I on będzie musiał cofać i ja. A jak dojedzie za mną do pit stopów, to ja się ustawię tak,
Jedź
żeby
tym
on też
tempem,
mógł
to cię nie
wyjechać.
dogoni.
No wiem, ale lepiej wiesz. Coś zrobić na ten temat, niż potem płakać.
The lap was a 1:47.79.
Ach, to dublowane, myślałem, że to redline. Are you ready, Agustin?
Yes, I am in the server.
The race server?
Yes.
Oh, that's too early. Technically, you're not allowed to join more than 10 minutes before the driver swap.
Yes, I just enter.
Okay. Dobra, muszę się skupić. I can see
The
you.
lap was a 1:48.05.
Napisz proszę z tym do nich, no. Bez sensu, żeby tracić czas na walkę i potem się w pitach blokować.
Okej.
That was a 1:46.98.
Chyba, że oni jadą kółko mniej teraz.
The lap was a 1:47.15.
Dobra, medy, August wybrany, pan Bak. Dobra, medy, August wybrany, pełen bak.
3 more?
Yeah, 3 more laps. Super.
Na 44 zjeżdża, jak coś powiedział, że zostanie za tobą, no więc tak czy inaczej zostanie.
Super. Dziękuję bardzo. Ojej. No źle. Dobrze, bo nas podetnął. Ale co zrobisz? Pójdź mnie, gościu. O. Nigdy się nie nauczył, nie? No całe szczęście, że jeszcze sekcję zagrabił przede mną, przejechał.
That was a 1:47.98.
I 6 sekund nagle straciłeś, nie? Na koniec.
No. Sakra. Szkoda.
Tylko Erhan nie zjechał.
That was a
O, zajebiście.
1:47.03.
Getting this lap. No i oczywiście Pedek musiał też nie zjechać. Ajajajajaj. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
was a 1:55.88.
No, teraz może się uda. Okay, you will need to shift into first when you take control, remember?
Okay.
No i teraz elegancko. Brake bias is 53.7 for what you use.
Okay, good. Anti-C?
TC5.
Okay.
I will start to pull away for you, but you still need to shift into first. Okay, good luck.
You.
I will tell you if there's traffic on exit. Traffic. Okay, you should be clear. All good. O Boże, przeżyłem jakoś to. Nie był to może najlepszy mój występ w karierze, ale mogło być gorzej.
Mogło być gorzej.
Ze sprzęgłem oszczędzania,
Okej.
tak jak mówiłeś. Zęby sobie butelkę zajebałem.
No, widzisz. Umi gość.
Ja cię kręcę, chyba się będzie trzeba tego nauczyć. No dobra, niech jedzie. No co, możemy się teraz zamienić streamami w sumie.
Nie wiem, czy widziałeś, Piotrek 23 kółka zrobił na pierwszym stincie.
Po co?
Tak.
Tak o.
Dobra, no to zamieniajmy się.
Dobra, będziesz mógł się wjeździć i w ogóle. To już tylko sobie skopiuję tego Andrzeja. No szkoda tych pitów i tego błędu, co tam popełniłem przy dublowaniu, no ale mam lepsze tempo niż się spodziewałem, no to chociaż tyle. A rzeczywiście był czat, no okej. No dobra, witam z powrotem. Wam pokazuję wszystko, co trzeba.
There's been another incident for Tesla. Let Lewis talk us through it.
Yeah, that's a penalty. Yeah, that's driving in way too deep and spinning
O, red line
around.
tak.
Ty, a Erhan nie przekroczy czasu?
It's that late dart.
O, będzie blisko. Będzie blisko, tempo ma dobre. A Redline to chyba karę dostanie, tak się Gietekowi tam pisnęli.
A nie wiem, nie widziałem.
But race
it's on
control
lap
quick
38.
to jump, so that would have probably been
Tam?
House
Yeah.
behind the wheel. It's just too late of
Wow.
a dive to the inside. Tim
No rzeczywiście, drive-thru.
Czekajcie, muszę o.
Mówisz?
Stali 123 drive-thru. Ci przed nami. No dobrze, już się wykruszają powoli.
No to nie, to też nie chcę po wyścigu.
Now, they are our championship leaders.
Yes.
They've got back-to-back wins.
O, spoko.
They haven't taken that
Baw się
drive
dobrze. A
yet.
ty wychodzisz zaraz?
Currently, they are in 5th with Atsej Korkov, as Lewis says, now behind the wheel.
Kompas zestracuje, okej?
They're gonna have to take
Okej,
that
ale
drive
timing nie
through.
działa?
That
Czy
will
tutaj
put
pisze Mateusz na
Foxilla
czacie?
Działa.
into fifth
Działa?
on their aggressive strategy.
Normalnie działa, czemu ma nie
And
działać?
that's a real shame. Championship-wise, this is a big opportunity for Floyd by Collis burst now
But
to gain, but Floyd by Collis are down in ninth.
Exactly.
Simčić. So next in the championship is GPX Rebellion Williams. They are second and in a fight.
Mnie tylko jest jak to się stało, że Nuno Pinto jest przed nami i Michi Hoyer.
No nie mam pojęcia, właśnie próbuję odpalić live timing, ale link muszę znaleźć, chyba że mi podeślesz.
No wysłałem na naszej konwersacji.
There's still a long way to go,
Don't worry, I'll
Discord
do some.
Shit, I'm losing time because
for you. And I know never trust a
he's very
commentator
fast in the
that, but
straights.
these haven't been made by me, so we'll roll through this later on. Post the drive-through penalty, we'll see where things lie.
Yeah, let's
I think things are going to get very close in the prototype category.
well, it already is, but I think
Even closer.
it's
though.
going to be more cars. I think that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I'm not sure how he ended
We're already
up in
on-
front of
we're
us.
already
Maybe
seeing
he
the
didn't change
fact that
tires.
1, 2, 3, once it's served this penalty, here's Smeedle once again trying to attack, looks to the inside, commits to
Nice.
it. Michi Hoyer driving a little bit wide around the outside of Sunset, but that really tight line for the number 70 Real Team Hydrogen car. Really nice move to pick that one up. Need to do it around the outside of T1, but you've got to be
walka.
careful of the bumps.
Here we go around the outside.
Yes, I'm much
then
faster,
Michi
but I can overtake because
Smeedle, sorry, can't get through.
he is much
Hoyer
faster in the
just
straights.
placing his car bang in the middle of the road, absolutely nowhere for Smeedle.
Let's
to
be
go
smart,
there.
maybe save more fuel now and
With every
use
corner,
more fuel later.
This is becoming more and more frustrating to this Smeedle because he's got to get by. All right, here we go. This is down at the hairpin. Round Big Ben we go. Got
User
the run
disconnected
here of
from your
Smeedle.
channel.
You'd think this is going to
Check
be
your
the place
engine
where he makes
mixture
the
is
move.
correct,
Are we gonna
race
see that
lean.
Real Team car dive to the inside? No, not yet. So good driving here. Now, is that the
1,
red
2,
line
3,
car
yeah.
serving its drive-through? It is.
It's 10th. It's probably going to be down to 11th, maybe 12th. We'll have to wait and see. I think Moreno Sarica is going to get through, as does Rougier as well.
Wow, down
That's
at 12.
that's bad. That is bad. They
On-
are now down to just half a point.
On board with Real Team Hydrogen red line again. So one of the other red line cars trying to get past the Alpha Industries by Collis car. And it's just going to be becoming more and more impatient here as we now head up to the
Okay, I will
final
use
sequences.
qualification for try overtake.
Getting past traffic can be very, very difficult. As,
Qualification is really not much
Hoyer
faster.
up towards
Nothing at all,
Tower
just
Bend.
uses more fuel.
Now onto the Allman Street
Okay.
we go. And Smeedle, is he going to give this another go here, going down towards Sunset Bend? Tried taking the tight line before, didn't work, but he's lined that move up. Is he going to now give it
Kurde, no
another
jak
go
ten
on
Michi i Nuno są
Hoyer?
przed nami? Co tu się stało?
Right, so still, frustratingly,
Oh, big
has to
snap.
sit behind.
Big snap from Hoyer there out of Sunset, just on the exit. Caught one of
Aha,
those
na
bumps
moim
from
tym nie
the
działał.
drive,
O
just about
Jezus.
enough. Like you say, that the problem is that once you've caught
Szkoda.
up, it's the classic thing of when you're racing with someone, if you're catching them at a decent rate, you need to get by straight away. That was a little bit wide there from Michi Hoyer. Instantly over the
Wybaczcie,
defense through the kick
taka
of
trochę
turn
zamota
two,
była
just
przed
pinches a
startem.
little bit as we head into 3. Big catch of oversteer once again.
Michi taką
struggling with
robotę robi.
grip in the triple
User
four
joined
car,
your
but Hoyer's
channel.
doing just about enough to keep the number 70 at bay. Bad drive off of the corner. Now he's going to go around the outside of Big Bend, but where does that leave him? The outside of the hairpin, and I'm not sure Smeedle can do that.
No, here we go then up to the hairpin.
I think they are on very old tires,
so
so should be able to get past him.
We're looking at him on the right of screen there, and just nowhere for Smeedle to go. And this is where it gets very difficult to overtake. We've seen the BMWs going side by side into turn 10, and it's always ended in disaster. Just filling the mirrors there was Smeedle of Hoyer, just trying to force him into a mistake. That's the best he can do at this stage. He's going to have to wait to, but that would have been very brave into there. In fact, it's that corner. We've seen the BMWs go off and then find themselves facing the wrong way round. But this is a very good defensive drive from Hoyer. Only defending when he's needing to. No unnecessary defending. And that's exactly what is keeping Michi Hoyer ahead as they now come onto this back straight down towards Sunset Bend. It's crucial to get a good exit from here. As you can see, Michi Hoyer just keeping an eye on Smeedle there, Liz.
Yeah, the thing is with Michi Hoyer is he's just trying to keep back until he gets into the pit lane for his pit stop. Hoyer's stop.
Dobra, idę ustawić.
Another 4 laps time running on the strategy that he is.
Let me know if you need me to
Again, a little bit
calculate
wide
fuel
on the
consumption.
Sunset. Hoyer is driving brilliantly.
Just tell me your fuel on the
Fantastic drive.
start-finish
In fact,
line.
actually, the first season of the R Factor 2 GT Challenge Series, this was the track where he took
Idę ustawić
victory
wszystko,
both
zooma i
of
tak
the
dalej.
races in the sprint and the feature. Was the first person to do that in GT Challenge and GT Pro over the entirety of it. He knows this track very, very well and is showing that right now, defending from Schmiedl, who's just about close enough to attack again, but Michi Hoyer's just leaving it in the exact right place at the right time. And most importantly, I know he looked a little bit stressed out, but he doesn't look completely flustered. He's just hitting every single apex. He's not worrying about anything else. If you drive the racing line, if you drive smart, they can't pass.
Yeah, it's a masterclass in defence, isn't it? You don't worry too much about what they're doing. Just stick to the line, stick to your braking points, and put the car in the right places. And it's going to become almost impossible for the car. But it's going to take.
Jeden
basically
stint
what
jedzie.
it is, it's going to take a very good move from Schmiedl. And if someone does a very good move and gets past him, you just have to hold your hands up. That's what it's going to take here. He's kind of. Oh! Now that was very, very close from Schmiedl there, almost getting caught out and going into the back of Hoyer. That releases the pressure of Michi Hoyer for just a few corners as they are now approaching the Corvette Red Bull. Up towards the entrance now to the back straight. Through Le Mans they go. And a better run there from Schmiedl, but he's not going to be close enough to challenge Michi Hoyer down towards Sunset Bend.
Niko kończy. Niko wsiada na 3 stinty.
Great battle that we're seeing. This for third place, so it does carry a lot of weight with it, does this battle, hence the hefty defense that we're seeing Michi Hoyer put up. Here they come then down the start finish straight once more, and up towards turn number 1. And so far I'd say Michi Hoyer knows he doesn't need to defend into there, probably won't need to into 3 as they're catching the BMW, so he'll dive to the inside to clear that, and that's worked out very nicely for Michi Hoyer.
Very, very nice indeed. I will say this move is actually super important because I do have my little championship points calculations, don't worry.
Go for it.
The number 70, should it get past here, it'll be within 15 points of our championship leader if they're able to get this move done. Now, don't worry, this is super early days. We're just over a third of the way into the race, so don't read too much into it. But what it does mean is that we will already have 3 cars basically within 10 points at the top of the championship, because the number 22 GPX Rebellion Williams esports car, that will jump up into 2nd position in the championship should everything finish like this, which it won't. Things will change, don't you worry. But it's just interesting to see how costly that penalty was for the 1-2-3 car, which was in a sense starting to almost look like it was running away with things in the championship. They had a good 15-20 point lead before that drive-through penalty if they were to finish in that position. Now they've dropped back. Now things are closing up and it's getting tight. It's why those mistakes, you kind of feel like it's a bit harsh if that were to cost them the championship. One little mistake going through back markers, but that is the championship. This is good for Schmiedl.
Here we go. Schmiedel's got the run now, and Hoyer, this is the first time we've seen him have to defend going into Sunset Bend. How does Schmiedl play this? Well, there's only one way to go, and that's to the outside. Are we going to see him try to go the long way? Is he going to try and line it up for the switchback? I think it's the latter, but Michi Hoyer, superb driving through the final corner, and there is just no way for Schmiedl to get by. He's got to try something different. Everything he's tried so far is just not working. This could help. They're catching some traffic now. This is probably what he needs, and there we go. Door is opened, and that is Schmiedl through. So position gained. It just needed a little bit of luck to swing his way, and traffic fell kindly for him, and Schmiedl was through.
Fuck, I can overtake.
So,
He's
in terms of
much
championship,
faster in the straight.
We had a 2-horse race very, very close together.
3 or 4 now.
But it's going to be 3 or 4. Thing to remember is the gap between 1st and 2nd. When we go to Le Mans in points, you get 50 for the win, 36.
He should be pitting pretty soon.
So anyone within 40
He will be
points
pitting in a lap or
is the
2.
winner-takes-all scenario.
Yeah, and that's
Really?
that really is
Yes.
the important thing right now.
Oh,
so
nice.
should everything finish,
Even
they're 13 points off.
It makes
if
no
they finish
difference
third.
if you're 1 in 13 points when it comes to going.
Exactly.
He'll just save more fuel now.
Exactly, and that's I know it's how it's got to be for a race. When you've got your super finale of being Le Mans Virtual, you're talking of a large opportunity to take something very, very special. And not only battling for the race win, but you're battling for the championship on track as well. It's a very special scenario to be in. But a championship battle is stressful at the best of times when you're battling also for another $15,000.
Good.
It then
He's
becomes
busy.
much more
Nice.
stressful to be looking on board
Awesome, let's go.
with Panis Racing and Will Stevens behind the wheel.
Yeah, ex-Formula 1 driver, McLaren development driver now as well. He's racing in European Le Mans. Of course, we see him do Le Mans as well. Will Stevens has raced just about everything, I think, in his time, hasn't he? And he's still got a long way to go as well. But very established driver that made it all the way to the top and is still involved in Formula 1 now.
Well, here's a team that's won the biggest prize in sim racing, realistically, winning the Le Mans Virtual. That was Fordzilla, just diving into the pit lane ahead of our Le Mans Virtual champions. And
they are out of sequence. So, but how far away are we? We're not. Can't be that too far away.
No, we're still a fair way. This is the kind of point that we were expecting the Fordzilla to be in, and also the Alpha Industries by Cole's first esports car. That one will also be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, potentially maybe a couple of laps longer. One quick thing that we can talk about with this car, though, is of course this is the first time that we've seen Nikodem Wisniewski and Key Brzezinski driving around without Louis Delatraz in the Le Mans Virtual Series. They've got Agustin Canapino, who's moved over from the BMW Team GB car. He did a round 2 at Spa with the BMW Team GB car, now moving into the prototype category. But Agustin Canapino,
P5, spokojnie.
well known for driving in various touring cars.
No jesteśmy na P4, tak pomijając strategię, bo numer 444 jest więcej jedzie, ale z tyłu mamy też ciśnienie. On właśnie zjechał numer 444, widzę. Z tyłu mamy ciśnienie, bo mamy numer 4, który będzie bardzo szybki, i numer 123, który miał karę, a są bardzo szybcy. Więc będą gonić. No ale teraz mamy Augustina w samochodzie na jeden stint, a potem siada Nikodem i ciśnie do mety, także wiecie, my będziemy mieli zajebiste tempo już do mety. Tak, też mamy dobre.
Wszystko ok?
Tak, ten Nuno i Michi staro oni byli przed nami, bo oni zjechali, wiesz, dużo wcześniej, nie? I po prostu jeszcze nie odbyli pit stopu kolejnego. No już właśnie zjechali oboje, ale się męczył, zanim sporo czasu stracił. Aha, no i sprawa wygląda tak, że numer 22, nasi teammateci,
trudno co zrobić.
mają bardzo wolnego prosa, który traci tak 2 sekundy na kółku, minimum 2-3 sekundy. Więc jak Nikodem wsiądzie i on będzie na ostatni stint ten pros, no to jest szansa, że go dojdzie, nawet jak będzie spora strata, no zobaczymy.
And that makes his third stop of the race so far on lap number 54. Okay, but this is R8G battling away with that number 5 Williams, who even I'm hoping they get to the end and in a decent position, because yeah, they've had a real rough time of things so far. But this is much better from them. 8th place, and this would be just what they need going into that big race, Lewis. If you've had in a championship like this,
Ile mamy straty?
yes, they've had a
Lidera 28 sekund.
Yes.
Drugi nie był. A Agustin jest kotem. Agustin dobrze jedzie.
Przed pierwszym pitem było 9.
O, tak. LAN został odwołany. Będzie tylko jazda z domu. A poza tym taka była nasza decyzja wcześniej, tak.
Co, no P4 teraz jesteśmy, tak?
No jesteśmy P4. No z tyłu Jarnej jest 6 sekund za nami, nie? No to on ciśnie teraz, no ale jeszcze Prosik wsiądzie. Ten Jaskit jest 2 sekundy za nami, no ale zakładam, że oni to się nie będą liczyli. Chciałem powiedzieć, że Agustina trochę pokaraliśmy, bo on robi...
wszyscy będą jeszcze musieli oszczędzić, nie?
Tak, no. Bo on robi 23 kółka. Tak jak Nikodem właśnie mówi, on robi 23 kółka. Tak
Dużo mniej musiałeś oszczędzać, żeby zrobić?
No wiesz co, po prostu mix 1 włączałem, jak normalnie włączam na przykład przy upshifcie na 5, to teraz włączałem przy upshifcie na 4, nie? I jechałem od linii start meta do wyjścia na tą prostą, wiesz, drugą, nie? Na mix 1.
We all know that name, whether you're esports or not as well.
Nie wiem, czy wcisnąłem push to talk, jak mówiłem, czy nie.
Tak, chodzi mi bardziej ogólnie, nie? Czy w ten korek powoduje bardzo dużo, że mniej się zużywa.
No niespecjalnie właśnie, stary. Nie wiem, czy takich doganiałem w takich miejscach, to parę razy. Wiesz, jak to na wrotu wiadomo, nie? Jak widzisz, że nie zdaj bombujesz, to lift ten cost, ale tak zazwyczaj ich doganiałem, no to niespecjalnie jakoś mi to pomagało oszczędzać. Troszeczkę tylko.
Okej.
The bonus, the extra entries as well. So can't wait.
Powiedziałem w końcu, mówię, że Augustyna pokaraliśmy, bo on jedzie. 2 stinty w wyścigu musimy zrobić z oszczędzaniem paliwa. No jeden już ja zrobiłem,
3,41 według
a
mnie.
teraz on jedzie drugi, no więc takie będzie trochę się wydawało, że ma gorsze tempo niż naprawdę ma. Nie? To zapaliło. Tak, no.
We looked at some GT cars. So Porsches, there is one just going through screen. They lead the way. Now it's about whether Kevin Siggy in the 71 BMW Team Red Line has stayed 5 seconds back from the lead. That hasn't really changed for a while, as the number 8, our race leaders, are actually hitting traffic now, and fellow traffic in terms of prototypes as well.
But let's not forget with the number 71 BMW Team Redline car, that one that yes started from pole position. It was their 3rd pole position of the season. It was their 4th consecutive front row start. They've always been on the front row in the
Może
Liberal Virtual
przebliżę
Series.
numer 1 w sumie.
Remember when they won?
Faktycznie nie wiadomo,
back
kogo
at,
patrzeć.
when they won at Spa, and also to be fair, they were contending at the front. That was a big crash. ARC Bratislava through the floor,
upside down.
What did I just see? ARC Bratislava, who did not have a good start to the race, they were the first car to enter the barrier, exit stage left on that one.
Well, they just disappeared. WRT, I think, were involved. Well, now they're back in.
That does not surprise me. That looked like a very much a retirement.
Hopefully, we'll get another look at that.
Hopefully,
we caught the end of it, and it didn't look very good. Tomita was in the WRT, and they've unsurprisingly dropped down the field. So unfortunately, ARC Bratislava, perhaps through no fault of their own.
Dobra, byle do końca tego stintu, no. To oszczędzanie się skończy, Nikodem wsiądzie w top samochód i tylko będziemy już gonić.
it's getting past a 444 as well.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we think it could be, something out of their control, shall we say, has unfortunately caught ARC Bratislava.
Fajnie Team WRT, ten co Kubica w nim jeździł, nie? Celemon z nim jechał. Tutaj też tak chłopakom idzie, że... Znaczy, no akurat w realu to dobrze chłopakom się prowadzili. A tutaj to ja cię kręcę, nie? No, to wyścig coś nie tak. No po prostu, wiesz co Mateusz, każdy musi, no tak wychodzi strategia, że żeby pit stop zaoszczędzić, to trzeba przeoszczędzić na 2 stintach. Trzeba zrobić 4 stinty po 22 kółka i 2 stinty po 23 kółka. Nawet te 22 kółka to jest trochę oszczędzania, ale takiego tam, wiesz, no traci się 1/10 na kółku, powiedzmy. Pewnie się bardziej regularnie jedzie. A żeby dolać, żeby zjechać na dolewkę, no to przejazd plus ta dolewka to by było 50 sekund straty, także...
Well, I think esports and sim racing is probably the future.
Fernando.
The most efficient way of become a driver, and probably with the level of sophistication and detail that we have in our days, we can prepare a race, or we can prepare a driver from go-karts to the single seated formula in the best way.
Tell me your feel on the start finish line.
So definitely the esports and sim racing has a bright future.
Sorry?
Tell me your feel on the start finish line.
Possibilities are unlimited. Probably we
All good.
cannot even imagine what we can achieve with that. So in the next 5-10 years, it's going to be a...
You know how much you can use?
Understandably, F1 is your main focus at the moment,
Well,
and certainly from the outside, it looks as though you have thoroughly enjoyed being back at the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. How has it been for you?
I'm enjoying this year back in Formula 1.
It's
All good with you. I control it.
Formula 1 in the last 2 years, but right now
Okej, awesome.
we are I think progressing.
Wszystko chłopie, nic nie potrzebuję.
and
O nie.
making a better organization in every area of Alpine and try to prepare a good 2022 season with a new
Ile jeszcze do zmiany?
high hopes for everyone,
10 kółek.
also for Alpine, and yeah, let's see if we can fight for bigger things next year.
24 hours of Le Mans
Akurat myślę, że
virtual
spoko ten
returns
wywiad,
in
bo
January. On the grid we have
pada na
entries
ciekawy
from
temat, a
Race
taki moment
Alpine.
wyścigu, że nie za dużo się dzieje. No to
chance that we might
jakim
see
będzie?
you in an Alpine again, as we did last year.
Yeah, we'll.
Może faktycznie...
Karhan jedzie na 23, to przekroczył.
The Le Mans 24 hour was epic
O,
last
może
year.
tak
It's
być.
gonna be even better this year. Is the greatest race on the sport calendar, and you know, I will be again happy to participate. It requires some training, it requires some practice.
Jak coś, to na TS-ie go słyszysz?
From the pro drivers,
Dobra, to ja pójdę po obiad
in
sobie.
sports, and,
To tam mu
January is
odpowiadaj w razie
normally
czego.
a period of the year that we don't have too many commitments, so the plan is to be again on the 24 hours.
A jest na Zoomie on?
Okay,
No,
I
wczoraj
guess
gadaliśmy,
we'll
no
have
to
to
nie
wait
jest.
and see what Santa brings us and what
Nic
January
nie piszą,
brings
to
us.
co?
Until then, Fernando
Tak,
Alonso,
wiem.
thank you very much indeed.
Great to hear from Fernando Alonso there, and we
Dobra,
do
teraz
hope
przyjdę.
that we see him racing out in January. Now, whilst we were hearing from Fernando, Lewis, we had a pit stop, one that's come slightly earlier than we expected.
Yeah, we've had two cars enter the pit lane, one of which was the WRT car. Not 100% sure what's happened to Tamita, but the really interesting one is what's happened to the number 91, Mitchell de Jong. Now, expectation was that they were going to be pitting around about lap 54, 55. They've pitted on lap 52. I know it's not much earlier, but it is still you know, a good 3-4 laps earlier than we were expecting into the pit lane. Also, it is a switch back from Mac Backen to Mitchell de Jong, which would suggest that Lauren Heinrich will potentially do the final two stints of the race to take them to the checkered flag a bit later on this afternoon. I'm interested as to why they're in this early, but you know, maybe they're just going aggressive on the strategy. It was a reminder back to the race that we had, which was 4 hours long, which is roughly how long we're expecting this, at Monza. It was that car that won, and it was a 4-stop strategy that won that day. So they went a little bit earlier on the pit stops, maybe just that.
Well, you would expect they're going to have to stop twice more. You know, we're not even halfway through the race yet. So, so I guess they're deploying, because as Martin said, you know, we're not going to have safety cars and full course yellows, that they're just deploying a strategy earlier than, you know, whilst before they hand over to some of the drivers later, maybe they're just, you know, they're just, the esports guys are just going to, you know, deploy this strategy now and tee it up for later on. Also in are both Project Ones and Axel Sport in GTE. They've also come in as well. So they weren't the only ones to go that early. We have seen some others go in at the same time as well. And they can see to the left of your screen the Project Ones and the Axels making their way back out. Here's BMW Team GB, 4th in the championship. Very consistent so far this season. And yeah, at times it's been they've had a couple of trips over the grass, but they still lie in 7th. D Station were turned round very early into the race. A real shame because they had their best qualifying. And down in 16th, it's just not gone how we expected it to for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't want to be super harsh. We know that D Station, whilst they're a quality team, the level of quality on the field is extremely high.
Well,
not just from pace.
They're inexperienced compared to the rest.
And that hurts
level.
consistency, right? Yeah. And consistency is so much at this level. Pace is one thing, but consistency is a whole different ball game, and that's not just practice which brings you consistency. There's no substitute for seat time, and that counts for a race. And so it's just about them getting doing the races. We're seeing some pace coming out of D Station now. I mean, yesterday qualifying in 7th place, fantastic qualifying, best qualifying of their season. Now we know this Aston Martin is not a particularly bad car. Of course, one of the joys of sim racing is that all of the teams can just go, oh, you know, I fancy trying that Aston Martin. I'll see how good it actually is. Which actually doesn't help for BAP, because it just means that everyone's crying and moaning all the time. We won't go into that too much. The Aston Martin's a good car.
Don't mention those 3 letters.
Exactly. The Aston Martin's a decent car. Now they're building on it bit by bit. Hopefully they can build on it even more, because this car could actually be genuinely very good at Le Mans. So
it was very good before, wasn't it? So you know,
finished on the podium, last year.
Yeah, and it always does go very well in general at Le Mans. It's a quick car there. But yeah, it's like racing a load of robots, isn't it, in this championship? You know, everyone just seems to put the same time in over and over and over again for hours and hours. Now, it's getting busy, isn't it? Who else have we got coming in? So we've got Josh Rogers is in, Collins is in, Van Duren is in, Terzic is in as well. So the cars that have stayed out so far, BMW Team Redline again, they've gone longer on the strategy. Jordi Zwiers has stayed out for FDA. Jack Keithley has stayed out for BMW Team GB. Nestor Garcia has stayed out in his Corvette as well. But basically, like we had before, all the Porsches and the BS Plus competition car are in.
Which is interesting. This is what I was going to say before about the red line car. Is you remember back to Spa when they won. They
Can I
didn't
join?
a single lap until the final stint of the race. I think this is kind of testament to that. Is that they're playing the strategy game here. They're trying to keep out of the pit lane now.
How many laps to go?
In the pit lane is 32 seconds. That is moving. As if you get a drive through, it's 32 seconds that you're in the pit lane for. Of course, once you actually
6.
Okay, I will join.
Losing around about 25 seconds. But then when you account the little stop, the splash of fuel, take that up to maybe 40 seconds. If you can save that fuel, if you can stop coming into the pit lane for that one extra time, that is saving you 40 seconds in a 4-hour race. Now that is a huge margin beyond anything else, and that's why in this class I would be pushing it as far as I can. I'd be trying to take it to bang on the hour, at least to minimise that fuel stop. We'll see if Siggy comes in. See, again, didn't come in. Remember how good this car was on fuel at Spa? It was absolutely brilliant. Neither does Jordi Zwiers as well. This could work out brilliantly for these two.
Well, they've got to play to their strengths, haven't they? And that they did that brilliant. Redline did that brilliantly at Spa, and it won them the race. There's no other way of saying it. If they did the same stops as everyone else, they wouldn't have won the race. Jack Keithley has come in for BMW Team GB. We haven't talked about Yasheep for a while because they seem to have slotted back in on the same.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Mediums.
Yeah.
They're on mediums.
Because they after the last stop, their pace just went back to normal again. So let's see what they do, and then I wonder if each driver is doing a medium and a soft.
Yeah. I mean, maybe James Baldwin, who was the one who was on those softs.
Dobra, chodź na TS-a, co?
He could take advantage out of the softs, and I'd say, I mean, I wasn't expecting
Sorry?
it, but I think.
No, all good. I was talking to Kuba, sorry.
To maximize that by trying
No, po co na TS jeszcze?
And I'd say it's not left them in a bad spot. I mean, Josh Ladd running around in 5th spot, now returning to the strategy that others are on, and they're also challenging the number 1 car. This is looking really, really good for the 49, which has showed flashes of potential. They've had a few instances
Dobra, Czas, co
where
tam?
they've had that potential. Unfortunately, we didn't see them very much at Monza. They retired very early as GR Wolves exit stage.
Ale na Zoom się łączymy i tak z innych kompów, wiesz? U mnie i u Nikodema nie ma problemu, bo nasze kobiety mogą to włączyć, ale u Agustino to byłoby ciężko, musiałby krzyczeć, żeby ktoś przyszedł.
Now this is their chance. This is their moment to prove something else.
Yeah, DNF 16th and 11th for them so far this season overall, and for those aforementioned reasons. This is BS Plus competition that we take a look at. They've been in. Still out there is Kevin Siggy, Jordi Zwiers, and Nestor Garcia, and they've both just crossed the line again.
Yeah, they're going
so
the distance.
They've gone at least 2 more laps now. I wonder if they can go any more.
Well, they're gonna this if they can. Well, they will complete this lap, you'd assume. I mean, let's be honest though. Cars running out of fuel at Sebring. I know there'll be a few people in chat.
Well, I tell you what, FDA are flying at the moment. They're half a second quicker. So they're just Jordi Zwiers is giving it everything. He's been in the car since the start, hasn't he? So
I mean, he's a fantastic driver.
He's jumping out at the end of this. Yeah. This is his last. This is his last contribution to this race.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
this is it. He's got to give it everything. Just leave it all on the track now.
We're not seeing these.
Okay, I see you.
Yeah, exactly. So these guys are getting ready to jump out. And then we wait to see who they're going to hand over to. FDA, is it going to be Nicholas Nielsen? Jordi and Nick Nielsen were not in the car last time out.
Yeah.
But Casper
Okay,
Stolz
so you need to choose me, no tires, and 75 liters.
The gap is coming down
Yes, Ray.
here for between FDA and BMW Team Redline. And this on track is for the lead in the GTE class. So
yeah.
We wait, of course, to see where De Jong and Juven, who's now taken over the 92 car, will filter out. But now it's 2 seconds. It's coming down with every single sector.
It's interesting that that we've seen the De Jong jump back into the car. Obviously, it was handed over to Mac Backham, then back to Mitchell De Jong, which I thought was interesting. I thought it was interesting he got out of the car. Then again, it is very early in the morning, or at least it was when this race started. Jordi Sveers, I think they'll probably put Niklas Nielsen in and then save the final stint for Kasper Stolzer, who Stolzer
3 laps?
done the previous 3 rounds
4.
of the championship and is
This and 3 more.
That's
Sorry.
not
Okay.
me saying anything bad about Nielsen, who's plenty fast enough, but you kind of throw your pro driver in to maybe lose a few seconds, lose a little bit of this, lose a little bit of that, and then for the final stints you throw it back in with your pro driver, your sim driver rather, and then you make the most of it. You take big advantage.
Kevin Sigge has stayed out again. So Jordi Sveers is in lap 57. He called it, and he did a purple second sector. This is the number 92, which has Juven now in the car, but Kevin Sigge, that's got to be 3 more laps more than the remaining cars, as that was Juven, by the way, going past Binder. We are now on board with Binder in the Simsa Ferrari. Juven has gone through in that factory Porsche, but Jordi Sveers has come in, and that will be his race now complete. Nestor Garcia for Red Bull has stayed out, so we have the red line staying out in the BMW, and we also have the Red Bull staying out in the Corvette. Now this is drivers coming out onto the track, and let's have a look what's going on here.
There is certainly some form of connection issue happening with that car.
Yeah, well, that's a problem for the seems to be some sort of connection issue there for the 87.
I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark. I'm actually going to say that that's not necessarily just connection. I'm going to say that that is potentially a computer problem, the game running slow on their end. And the reason why I say that is because that will make them drive around a little bit slower. And you can kind of see it wasn't getting off the corners very well.
No.
It wasn't reacting as you'd normally expect. Now, with that, you've got to suggest that there's potentially a computer issue on the side. Now, as far as we're aware, not sure if they still are, but they were racing from the Molyneux, so it could be one of the rigs at the Molyneux that is playing up, to be honest. We just have to wait and see. Back to the Azit car that's still not been able to make any progress, any inroads on getting past the number 1 that started this race in the hands of Kuba Brzezinski, of course now driven by Agustin Canapino, and just being able to keep Josh Ladd at bay, and no real issues to do so at the moment. There seems to be a decent gap between these two.
Yep, Josh Ladd, we can see there in 5th place, going very well. Agustin Canapino adjusting nicely into the prototypes, but this is a great opportunity here for Jas Heatless.
Yeah, it really is. They could gain a fair amount of points from this after not having a great start to the season. This time, 5th place at the moment, potentially somewhere inside the top 5, top 6. It's a great result for them. If they can keep it up, we're not halfway through the race. We're getting very much ahead of ourselves, which is always what I do.
But Siggy's still out there, isn't he? It's just great. Nicholas Nielsen has taken over the FDA Esports. Plenty still going on, but we must take a look back at what has just happened in the 2nd hour. So then, it was Jas Heat who put on the soft tyres with James Baldwin, went aggressive on the strategy, and with that they started picking their way through up the order. That was when they got past the Alpha Industries by Collis car, and James Baldwin would take advantage of that. This was a little bit further back. Red Bull making their way up the order, just gaining on the Panis car there and the Alpine car as well. Great driving from both Red Bull cars so far in this race. That was the number 11 slotting into the top 10. Panis almost getting wrong, but Horston did get it wrong. Got a little bit out of shape coming out of Sunset Bend, and that was him facing the wrong way round. Thankfully, he wouldn't fall into the path of any of the oncoming cars, but a bad race just gets even worse there. This was when FDA started to fight with the number 88 Proton, went down the inside here in towards turn number 3. Proton gave it everything they did, but in the end, the FDA car would make that position. Those two have been at it, and FDA now lie in second. Did lie in second place. They've just handed over to Nicholas Nilsson as they've been trying to chase down the
Now you're gonna start
team
last lap?
red line car. So
Yes.
for just outside
Okay.
the podium positions there. This is a BS Plus
All good with
competition,
you?
and Team GB went at
Yes,
it
all good.
again, and this time Team GB ended up going into the barriers. This a little bit further back was the real team hydrogen car getting very frustrated, unable to get by one of the cars ahead who was on a different strategy. Well, Martin is back after a bit of a break. Martin, I'll hand it back to yourself and Lewis for the next hour, where it's about to get very, very interesting.
Lap 67, exactly the halfway mark in the 500 miles. So 250 miles down, 250 still to go. That sounds like a Proclaimer song, doesn't it? And the leader, Erhan Yayovski, pits the number 22
Request
car
pit.
pitted last time round while we were watching those highlights. Great indication for those of you who may just be joining us of what a good race it's been so
Jak na
far.
prowadzeniu.
We spent the last hour sitting next to the gallery. There are more oohs, ahs, laughs, and oh, did you see that coming out of the TV gallery?
Numer 5:15 sekund za nami.
Lewis, it's
Idzie
been
chłopaku.
a very busy race.
The tires are very good, 77.
Interesting
Whoa, nice.
strategy calls, short fuel stops, fresh tyres getting thrown in. So it's maybe a little harder to read than it might otherwise normally be.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we expected from shorter races. It's kind of when you've got longer races, you've got a longer picture of how things are going to.
Am I selected in the pit menu?
Always the
Yes,
4-hour
I'm
races
selected.
are
Okay, great.
absolutely crazy, and this is no exception. We're seeing that once again, typically how it was in Monza, where
No
it's just
dobra,
mad and
skoro
everything's
widzę Siemano
flying off
teraz,
the
żeby
wall, it's
było
going
i
crazy. It's a bit of fun though, isn't it?
do
It
domu.
is good fun, and actually, as you say, yeah, particularly now we're getting a week
Okay,
from
take care on
Christmas,
the
we
pit
don't wanna wait
entry,
too long for
because
our-
there is a
our
bump
delectations, and that's exactly what's happening
that you
here.
already
It all
know.
plays over a much shorter time scale. Of course, this is diametric opposite to what we're going to have in our next race, the season finale, the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual.
Speed limit
But
is 60.
fantastic action going at the moment. Agustin Canapino is our race leader, the #1 Rebellion GPX Esports Williams.
Perfect.
And David Pittard is their pro driver.
Line
this
yourself
weekend.
up for pit
Williams
exit.
Esports
Remember, don't get
in
blocked.
Second place, that car second at the halfway mark, but again,
Oh,
so
we-
many
Stop shorting the
different
box.
strategies going
Yeah,
on.
but
You can
nobody
see
will pit now,
there's
so.
5 cars currently in the pits, and another 5
Ah, yeah,
have
true.
just come
They
out
pitted
of the
before us.
pits in LMP.
Awesome job, Agustin. Very good place.
We are not too far away from pit stops in GT.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done, well done.
He's just left the pits in
You
the-
lost
Remember-
like 5 seconds to the leaders and they were not fuel saving that stint.
Third place, and Nestigar's
Okay, remember to switch on the engine before, like 5 seconds to go, or maybe even maybe 10 seconds.
To catch up with
And start
other
pulling
things
away.
that have happened,
Just
Jota
start moving.
had a technical issue, rejoined.
Okay, I will try. Never do it.
As the leader comes
I just
in,
hold throttle in first gear.
and are continuing. What happened to ARC Bratislava? Mato Homola is at the wheel and the car is
Great.
again lapping, but that seemed
Okay, good luck.
technical issue.
An otherworldly issue.
It
you
was
could
a bit,
say.
yeah. When
Sounded to
duck
Cunningham.
diving, heading for Australia by the less scenic route. So they are stuck at the tail of the field. GR Wolves, we think the 87
Clear gear.
definitely has an issue with processor power, perhaps as much as anything else.
No dobra,
play a little
zobaczmy, gdzie
slow
jesteśmy.
on the new today. As in Adelaide, sadly. We'll go into that a little later. So the leaders have pitted, which leaves R8G in front. And do they still owe us a stop? Let me see the... Well, actually, it's hard to tell on the pit stop counts because everybody's out of sync. They have stopped 3 times. GPX Rebellion in second have also stopped 3 times.
I need
The
to remember
sort of
that I have old
outliers,
tires.
the red line, 4 stops for them, and this is their 4th. They've just come out. So, and Fordzilla. Now, Fordzilla were the team that are on a sort of half stint ahead or behind, however way you approach it, of everybody else, because they did a half stint right at the beginning. And in the last sequence, we saw Yas Heat definitely on fresh tyres compared to everybody else. what else? What happened to 444? What went wrong for them? Because they were in 3rd place and suddenly they're down in 16th.
So the 444 car, that was a triple stint at the start of the race on the mediums, running shorter stints, exactly what actually Nuno Pinto did in the Fordzilla car, running shorter stints, basically trying to get them to a further point in the race and trying something different on strategy, going a bit aggressive, keeping out of the drama. It was an excellent stint from Michi Hoyer, but it did mean that by this point they've already pitted more than everyone else. Same with the Fordzilla car. Now the thing is, with a car like that, they're flying under the radar now. No one kind of is paying attention to them. Now, that's a big deal because it could come in the final moments of the race. Bam, I know we spoke about it a little bit, but if you look at those 2 red line cars at Spa, the 123 and the 71, when they both won in their respective classes, the reason they won is because they did something different on strategy and they were flying under the radar until that final moment. And then everyone was like, oh, hang on, 10 laps to go, they're going to win.
They don't have to stop, and they've still got fresher tyres, and so using all of Michi Hoyer's 120 minutes basically in one big hit clawed them up. And do you think they felt that was slightly forced on them because they weren't in the top 3 or 4 in qualifying, or do you think that was just a great way of going about this race?
I think you're absolutely right in the first bit. I think that, their qualifying position, it's going to define your strategy. If you're further down the order, you're not going to run you're not going to run the same strategy as everyone else. If you do, you're destined to have to work past them. It's not an easy track to overtake. You've got to try something a little bit different. If you qualify first, second, third, fourth, you're going to run slightly safer on the strategy. You're going to run a more predictable strategy.
Będzie walka o prowadzenie.
Here the Fordzilla car getting down the inside of the number 18 R8G sports car, which has not had the greatest season thus far, but that's Rougier dropping a position to Gianmarco Fiducci, which with Josh Ladd being in the pit lane for Yas Heat, puts Fiducci up inside the top 10.
And again, Josh Ladd, if he comes back out now in his second stint, that will be fresh tyres again, and they're slightly out of sequence with everybody, so he's got to use that fresh tyre advantage.
No, Niko nie streamuje, wiecie, bo miał problemy z kompem i jedzie na starym kompie i tak mówimy, wiecie, na wszelki wielki, żeby potem nie pluć sobie w brodę, nie? Że się coś tam okaże. Komp, co stał, wiecie, miesiąc nieużywany, tak wczoraj go podpiął i lepiej nie ryzykować.
It is having tyre limitations. I love the idea of having the limitation and forcing you to, through practice, through qualifying, through the race, to use your tyres wisely, not just go, oh, I've crashed, let me hit the reset button and off we go again.
Well, I kind of do. On the other hand, having the freedom to throw fresh tyres at the car allows you latitude to do different things in the strategy, and so you don't just get a long queue of cars following each other until the pit stops and you hope that you find a couple of tenths on the in lap and a couple of tenths on the out lap. You get people, exactly as we're seeing, who are down in 12th, who actually are effectively in the top 3, the way that it all backs up at the end. But yeah, I can see both sides. What I'm liking at the moment about today's race is that there are a lot of different rolls of the dice going on, and we're not going to know until the final 10 or 15 minutes who actually gambled correctly and then made use of it.
Just going to say, that was potentially, watching Yuri Toman's face, I didn't expect we were watching the battle for the lead there, but Yuri Toman, the calmest move that I've ever seen for the lead of a race, just straight down the inside, no problem. Of course, Yuri Toman recently joining the R8G camp alongside Marcel Cinchik, making that move down the inside, getting past Gordy Much, and that is actually for the lead of the prototype category, whether it will be in 63 laps.
Do we have any warnings?
Wait and see. Looking backwards from Proton competition towards BMW Team GB. The battle there for 6th position.
A nie było mi przez chwilę, widzę, że już po walce o prowadzenie. No trudno.
Well, not much has changed in the top half dozen, other than the actual positions where the cars are. It's still the same 6 cars, still the 2 Porsche esports teams, FDA, BMW Team Redline, and the 2 Proton cars. Team GB and BS Plus competition have just been outside the top half dozen. We're looking here from the Team GB car. Behind him, Bruno Spengler in the BS Plus competition car. He's in 8th place. And watch the gap on the screen is refreshing.
Gustin też nie miał.
Got the gap there, but yeah, it's still, those BMWs don't quite seem to have the handle on the pace that the Team Redline car has. And again, you know, you look at, we talked about this with BOP. You BOP the car, not what allows the best set up, the best driven car to actually come to the fore.
Yeah, it's why always as a driver, I always prefer driving in the prototype category because you just have the one, at least in this, you just have the one to deal with. One of the teams in the prototype category, by the way, we were catching up with just before the race. Team Fordzilla did get an interview with Gianmarco Verducci. Speaking of which, they're going side by side with Redline into turn one, so what a perfect time as Redline just trying to hang on their position. Gianmarco Verducci's behind the wheel. Catching up with him before the round, let's listen to what Crystal had to ask him.
I am joined by Gianmarco Fiducci, who's a sim racer for Fordzilla and has been doing so for 1 year. Welcome. How are you doing today, Gianmarco?
Hi, everyone. I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. What do you enjoy most about sim racing?
Well, it's a tough question, but I would say the racing itself, the being a driver, even if it's just virtual, you feel like you are a driver. And being born during, for example, Schumacher's era, I've always wanted to be a racing driver.
Co, Bolwin idzie kolejny wyścig? Co ty gadasz? Ale jaja. To nieźle goś sobie dał jednego dnia.
My dream with my actual, capabilities and what I can do, and it's great because I feel like a racing driver, even if it's just a virtual one. But all the, what around the sim racing world, the competitions, the teams, it's mega and it's always increasing and improving. So it's great, and it's great to be part of this world. And I think that I share this this idea with many other drivers. We all knew that we wanted to be racing drivers, but of course for some reasons or other reasons we couldn't afford that, and this is what makes us.
No, P4, tak, no już mamy Nikodema do końca, więc u numer 8 jedzie prosto teraz, więc zobaczymy, czego dogonimy. No i do Toumanów, do numeru 22 wsiada bardzo wolny prost na koniec, 3 sekundy na kółku, więc tu będzie walka, żeby dojść.
Into racing in general, my father, because he has the same passion, and into sim racing, I think Formula One in general. So playing Formula One games build it up, this passion also for video games, and then it just went over the limit, I would say, because I play everything. But let's say that Formula One in general, of course, brought me into sim racing.
And what gives you the edge over other drivers in esports?
Well, I think that having an edge over someone else in this world is very, very difficult, because we're talking about top competitors and top drivers. I think that where I can't, where I'm just behind them, maybe talent-wise, I always try to get, that little edge over practice.
No, szanse są na P2. Myślę, że tak bardziej na P3.
Be at the same
Ale no
level,
zobaczymy.
or even above in some cases, and I think that I try to do that, because I know that I'm maybe not as fast as some of the drivers in this championship, for example, but I can try to limit that by practicing more, like Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, for example.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Gianmarco. Really appreciate it.
Bye.
Don't know how good Messi or Ronaldo are behind the wheel of a sim, but Gianmarco's doing well. Little change going on here. You're looking at Bruno Spengler chasing down the Proton Competition Porsche, or you were, of Luke Hartog. Hartog's just lost a spot to Team GB BMW, which is now up to 6th, having said that the Proton
Dobra, Nikodem, dawaj, kurde.
the race, that is now changing. And again, catching up with one of our outliers, Fordzilla. These guys did go with that very different strategy from the start, and Gianmarco Fiducci chasing Atse Kirkov in the Team Redline 1-2-3 car. This is the battle for 9th place, so our final 2 points paying positions, and he has actually been closing for several laps and now right behind the Redline car.
I mean, Fiduci's still in the essentially the early days of his sim racing career. He's not the youngest person on the grid, that's for sure. But when it comes to sim racing experience, he only really started racing a couple of years ago. Elsewhere in sim racing, has done very, very well in the Keeper Sim Racing series this year as runner-up in that championship with multiple race wins, battling for the championship down to the final round of the season. Only moved over into R Factor 2 realistically a few months ago, as he squeezed off the track there a little bit by the AF Corsa car in the GTE category. But Fiduci, he's a really, really talented driver. I think this might be, can't confirm, but I think this might be the last time we see him in this season of the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Dobra, utrzymuję Nikodem stratę.
Then was replaced by Pablo Lopez.
No, nie mogę, wiecie, bo znaczy technicznie istnieje taka możliwość, tylko po prostu nie chcą, żeby ludzie siedzieli na spekcie, żeby nie obciążać serwera. Wiecie, jak jest w RF-ie? Kto oglądał nasz poprzedni wyścig na Mordzie, ten wie, jak to jest z serwerami.
And people might be going, okay, well, you know, does it really matter that he's not driven R Factor 2 that much before, that he's only done a little bit? It sort of does, because there's that intimacy of feel, the feel rather than the having to think about what you're doing. If you think about,
Tu też tak mamy, że można wejść max 10 minut przed zmianą. No tak nikt nie patrzy na to, że wiesz, jak tam wejdziesz 12, no to bez znaczenia. Ale no właśnie tak jest, że tam, żeby nie siedzieć non stop na serwerze. In the heat of battle, when you're here, you know, there's 6 cars using the space for one. Those are the things that you can't think about. They just have to happen automatically. So it does make a big difference, the same as it does change into any different car in any different real world category.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like Fiduci's normally driving elsewhere on race room, where he's driving front wheel drives and maybe some GTs. Now the thing is on there, the way the tyres react to the road surface, the way they wear and stuff, is very, very different to how they wear on R Factor 2 or on iRacing or on Set Across the Competition. You know, it's different across all of them, and learning the ins and outs of each of them is
Szkoda, bo fajnie by było sobie siedzieć na spekcie, wiecie, gotować, obserwować, pomagać, streamować. Streamy by były super, nie? Bo kierowca w ogóle by nie musiał streamować, tylko właśnie ta druga osoba mogłaby mieć odpalonego streama. No ale może się kiedyś tego doczekamy w RF-ie. Nie liczył na to.
That I've seen battle across multiple simulators and do very, very well across all of them.
At the
Josh
same
Rogers,
time,
Siggy, these are the only. Bonnerhouse has been one of those as well. You know, maybe less so. Rudy Van Buren's gone over a little bit, but really for me, if you look at Josh Rogers and Kevin Siggy and those two in particular, those two are so good. They've battled across all 4 of the major simulators, and they've battled at the front of all 4 of them, and that's so hard to do.
A nas nie wymienili? Jakby i na RF-ie, i na Race Roomie, i na Forzy, i na wszystkim. Chyba Racing nie umiemy. Kurde. Pominięci.
What on earth were you thinking of? But Fordzilla decided that we expect this to be a 5 and a bit stop race. So sort of 6 stints, but not 6 full stints. And they took their not full stint early on to get themselves out early of the bulk of LMP traffic, to give themselves a little bit more of a run, and just to try something different, so they're not constantly butting heads with cars that are at the same speed.
Ale takim GT-kiem sobie Endu pojechał, kurde. Nie myślałem, że kiedykolwiek to powiem, ale tak mi się teraz podoba jazda w GT-kach.
Rudy Van Buren and Anchan Juven. He's Chen up the inside, looking to go inside outside. Another of the Coanda team drivers races in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup in real life and is ultra competitive both in the real and the virtual.
No, sytuacja jest taka, że mamy solidne P4. Numer 4 za nami jest taki, no, groźny dosyć, ale oni jeszcze prosa będą wsadzać, więc myślę, że spoko. U nas Nikodem jedzie do końca. I samochody przed nami też będą wsadzać prosów jeszcze, więc zobaczymy. No, numer 70 raczej ma bardzo szybkiego prosa i myślę, że ich nie dojdziemy. Numer 22 ma bardzo wolnego prosa. I myślę, że jest duża szansa, że ich dojdziemy. Także no, o podium walczymy. Czy gdzieś P2 się uda wyciągnąć, no to już może być ciężko, ale nigdy nie mów nigdy.
in 2022.
Te P4 takie dosyć solidne mamy. No ciężko mówić, że solidne jak P5 jest 4 sekundy za nami, nie? Ale wiecie o co chodzi. No jakby już mamy najszybszego kierowcę w samochodzie do mety, więc no nie powinniśmy stracić pozycji. Tego nie wydarzy.
They are battling for the championship. They're quite close. 5 points separates them. But going into Le Mans, you want that to be as close as possible,
Yes.
or, you know, in your sense, as far away as possible. As the race clutch, Alpine and the Yas Heat come down the inside. I think Yas Heat might well make a move just in the foreground there, potentially trying to get past the number 15. That is running around in 11th position with Berkler behind the wheel. Josh Ladd driving the Yas Heat car, now refocused on that. It's just action constantly here at Sebring. I know that some people typically say with Sebring, those that hadn't seen a race around here, you might go, is it that good of a racetrack? Is it that good of a racetrack? It's, I've always said, like in single category, when, you know, touring cars or whatever, it's probably not that good. But in multi-class racing, oh my,
Well,
there aren't many better.
Maybe it depends on the single category. I can actually imagine that a TCR race here might be
Pretty good. Pretty
full
good.
on, pretty fast. I mean, one of the classic great racetracks aren't classic racetracks because they've been around forever. Their layout tells you that they've been around forever. The fact that people have been coming back to Sebring since the early 50s for endurance racing shows that it's got something going for it, not just a good promoter. But it offers so many overtaking opportunities.
Nie ma żadnego liżera w stawce. Testowaliśmy liżera przed sezonem. To ma dużo mniej docisku. Na prosty jest szybszy, ale no docisku ma jednak za mało. Tak nam się wydawało, że nie jest dobrym wyborem, no i chyba wszyscy inni też doszli do takiego wniosku.
What you need in a race. That's what you need in a racetrack. So here, you can work your way up onto the tail of the car in front. You can get him in the final corner, in the first corner, turn 3, down at the hairpin. You can get him into turn 10, into tower turn. You know, there's lots of opportunities. So it's not just, okay, well you've blown it now. You didn't get past him up the Kemmel straight into Les Combes, so you've got to wait another lap. You don't have to. I mean, and Spa is another classic example. You don't. You know, there's 4 or 5 decent overtaking opportunities, and that's what makes for good racing.
For it being like a great multi-class track.
Nikodo będzie zjeżdżał na kółku, teraz myślę sobie 90.
I brought up the example before about Silverstone with Maggotts, Beckers and Chapel is that if you're in multi-class, yes, you can start making some moves in the middle of it, but it's really, really tricky to, and you kind of, you're better off waiting for that entire section. Before you can get through and go. Whereas here, there genuinely isn't a place where you actually have to wait for too long. Even coming up to here into Cunningham, once we've departed here at turn 8 or turn 10, you know, on that run to tower, if you're in a prototype, you can go around the outside, around the inside. With GT, you can find your way through. You don't have to wait as much, and that's
tak się baliśmy właśnie, że ktoś weźmie liżera pod Le Mans. Tam mógłby być dobry, myślę. No ale na szczęście każdy w tym samym samochodzie, więc po prostu walka jest wyrównana pod tym względem. No i fajnie, tak to była zamota, gadanie, BOP i coś tam, a tak to każdy ma to samo i wygra lepszy.
And you know, you got big long straights as well, so you kind of get your head around what your pluses and minuses are to the car in front. So
kurde, no szkoda tych moich 2 razy miałem trochę, straciłem w picie, bo mnie zablokowali i straciłem przy dublowaniu GTK jednego, tak 3 sekundy, 4. Teraz by się to, powiedzmy 6 sekund, co straciłem. No.
Teraz ci powiem.
Przydało je odzyskać, no.
World War II bombers, which were A, wayward, and B, needed a lot of room to get up and down. It's wide. I mean, look at the width of the track in most places. It's as wide as any modern Grand Prix circuit, and you know, twice as punishing on the cars. So
37-8.
a great opportunity. As you said, there's almost no way.
11 koła do końca.
Having said that, in this battle, it's like somebody turned off the cameras for GTE cars because
3:43.
hammer and tongs for what, 4 laps, 5 laps now, not one single piece of traffic in the way.
And finally, Josh Ladd's got through on Berkler as well.
Yeah.
It took him a while to do so, but thankfully he's done it just before they hit the meat of the traffic. We'll say one thing about one of our teams, by the way. Our race leader in the prototype category, Yuri Toman for GPX Rebellion Williams, since getting past Gordy Much, has pulled out a 12-second lead to Gordy Much. And Gordy Much is actually coming under a fair amount of pressure from the number 70 Real Team Hydrogen Real Red Line car. As there we go, a bit of traffic getting in the way of Josh Ladd there. I think that I'm not saying the battle for the lead's done because the 22 is running away, but they are looking for their first victory.
Ciekawe, czy Jernej numerze 4 oszczędza teraz paliwo, czy nie, bo oni kółką muszą oszczędzić więcej niż my.
Is concerning me that they're coming under a lot of pressure from the number 70.
Szkoda trochę, że same numery są wyświetlone według mnie na tym live timingu. Taki jest ładny, prosty w sumie, ale wiadomo, że nie mogą być same nazwiska, bo kierowcy się potem zmieniają, ale mogłyby być nazwy zespołów albo nazwisko kierowcy, który akurat jedzie. No tak, ktoś wchodzi, no i wiadomo, że jedzie na przykład, nie wiem, właśnie, nawet ktoś wchodzi na naszego streama, nie? I nie wiadomo, który samochód to my. No, ma być więcej aut na Le Mans niż w sezonie. Nie, jak gdzieś tam, jakbym poszukał, to bym znalazł pewnie ile dokładnie, ale no ma być więcej, tak. Pewnie będzie 50.
A lot of our top runners here in this race at the moment are in a really interesting position where, you know, we spoke before time and time again about how the number 70 needs to respond after a pretty poor Spa round where they got as far as Blanchimont a few laps into the race and then retired.
No, teraz
Gorzej się nie dało chyba korka mieć, nie?
That car at that point, they need to respond from it. They're doing so now. They only had 19th at the Nürburgring. Of course, they won at Monza.
No, utrzymujesz przewagę elegancko, dochodzisz tego Gordona całego w numerze 8.
They were doing fantastically at Monza. Gordy much behind the wheel, had an instant departing the Roger chicane and then got taken, involved in a crash with Axel and Jota.
No, mówię, na głównym, tak. No, czyli na tym, co oglądamy teraz, tak? Le Mans czy nie będzie takie popularne? No wiecie, no ciężko będzie przebić tamto, no jak nic innego się nie działo, nikt nie miał nic do roboty, jechały gwiazdy F1, no to no wiadomo, nie?
7P się wyjebał, ale to chyba jakiś styl.
Ale myślę, że będzie popularny, tak czy inaczej.
And yeah, our points leaders, actually Kirchhoff in 8th place in 1, 2, 3. Again, we've still got a lot to be sorted out, how the final pit stops work, who's taking tyres, who isn't. Anybody who's double stinting their tyres, do you think now is going, yeah, that was a mistake? If you double stinted at the beginning and didn't go fresh tyres, I mean, you lose track position by spending that extra time in the pit lane, but we've seen from the cars that were sort of on a different strategy that did take fresh tyres, what an advantage it gives you on an old tired car.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure as to what the right strategy is. I think we'll find out.
I don't think anybody is. Yeah.
Final part of
At the checkered flag, we'll know what worked best.
Even teams that are sat there, even if they're on older tyres, they'll be sat there, they'll be frustrated, they'll be thinking, oh God, it's just not working, it's just not working. But the thing is, as we all know with endurance racing, is that the strategy doesn't work, it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and then suddenly it just clicks.
Yep.
It just everything falls into place for that final moment, and it's why in this style of racing, there's only one strategy that you need to focus on, and that's your own. Don't try and work out what everyone else's strategy is. Don't try and do someone else's strategy yourself. Just focus on your own, focus on what you're doing and what you think the fastest strategy is, and then it will come together as you see fit towards the end of the race. And I say that's what happened with Red Line back in Spa, and it's what happens time and time again. It's what happened last year, even with the Le Mans Virtual with the number 1 car on our grid, the Rebellion Williams car that year. It just clicks at the end of the race, and then suddenly it's like, oh, hang on, they're going to win.
Yeah, where have they come from? Almost. Nick Hillebrand for Team Project One, the yellow and black Team Project One car. The other one, of course, with the pale blue highlights. You just saw him ahead of the Simpson Sport car. Andreas Schmich not quite able to get to him. Meanwhile, FDA versus Team GB, Stefanko.
Dobra, zaoszczędziłem trochę więcej, także mogę teraz przycisnąć.
Jak tam naszym chłopakom w Bencji, idzie na P6, jadą widzę. Walka o P5, P4 też bardzo blisko. Numer 55 jest nasz. Klasa, no chyba mają chłopaki tam powyścigowe. W kwalu byli P10, no to tak. No opowiedz mi za parę kółek, to ci przeliczę znowu.
Sim racers, but sim racers are definitely the majority in the top order.
Just going to say as well with this the SFDA car that's having a good round here. I mean, maybe they're aiming for
Kamil Pawłowski będzie w Ferrari, nie wiem czy słyszeliście, wygrał te zawody. Bardzo fajnie. Ferrari Challenge to się nazywało, czy? Już tak, w każdym razie te zawody, co wiecie, nagrodą jest właśnie angaż w pole.
You've kind of got to say they're likely to finish in the top 5 from that spot. They were really happy with qualifying, by the way.
Kurwa, linie mi się pomyliły do nawrotu.
To są gości z kurczę.
Yeah, it is. Watch Nick Nielsen's hands, not too busy, not too much snap oversteer over the bumps. I mean, it's unavoidable here. The transmission gets so
Dawaj, ten numer 8 jest do zrobienia.
over the bumps as the rear tires skip from grip to no grip, spinning up, grip, no grip, grip,
No,
no grip.
w końcu się doczekaliśmy. 10 lat za późno, ale w końcu będzie
Powalczą trochę.
Polak w Ferrari.
Nick Nielsen now with Stepanko going the long way around the outside. Right behind him is the Team GB, is the
Patrz jak się układa. Są Polacy w Williamsie. Polacy
Chwilę muszą zaoszczędzić jeszcze na pewno, nie? A jeszcze nie oszczędzali.
Tak. Będzie Polak w Ferrari. Średnówka by się przydała jeszcze w racingu. A wjechał w niego. O nie.
Dobra.
Ajajajajajajaj.
24-4.
Kara. 4. 3,48.
That's a real shame. I know what I said yesterday, but I think that might actually be the commentator's curse. I was just picking him up a little bit there, but Nicolas Nielsen now have to defend a little bit from a bit of lap traffic was coming at him from left, right, and centre. That kind of thing can be a solo issue. You know, if you've touched the grass just a little bit with your rear wheel,
W terenie mamy Polaka, Tomka, zgadza się. Tomek to jest przekocno tym F1, co? Fajnie jakby F1 e-sport jeździł. On za młody w ogóle był chyba, żeby jeździć do tej pory. Teraz od tego sezonu chyba dopiero będzie mógł się starać. Fryka Krutyja mieliśmy w Mercedesie przecież. Polska strong. Nie, no nie powinno być uszkodzone to Ferrari. Ja raczej w RF-ie tak działają te uszkodzenia. Taki strzał w tył, no to nie uszkodzi zawieszenia. No a skrzydło też mu nie odpadło, więc powinno być ok. Te gumy przegrzał. No, teraz jakby powalczyli, to by było super. O, dzień dobry, trwałem był, to nie wiedziałem. No, myślę, że Tomek może się pokazać w F1 eSports. Ma gość talent chyba, tak mi się wydaje.
If there's going to be a move down into sunset. I think the answer to that's no.
So on board with the BMW of Martin Stepanko.
No contact straight away. Boom. Fair enough. I'll rescind my statement. Stepanko fully at fault.
I mean, it was hard to tell from the little view that we got of the cars coming off.
No co, Patryk już sobie chilluje i content robi, nie? No to już nie jest takim tryhardem. Szkoda tylko, że to F1 eSports jest takie bardzo... jakby to powiedzieć, no takie brutalne pod tym względem, że wiecie, no nawet jak McLaren by go tam wziął do składu czy coś, no to dadzą mu pewnie 3 wyścigi przejechać w sezonie czy coś. Takie... O tyle to jest fajnie jeszcze na tych innych platformach, że dostajesz się i sezon jeździsz, nie? A nie, że zespół decyduje. Tu cię wsadzimy na 1 wyścig, tu cię wsadzimy na 2 wyścigi i tyle. Oczywiście, no jak udowodnisz, że jesteś Jarnopmir i jesteś bokiem, no to jeździsz cały sezon, no wiadomo, ale wiecie o co chodzi. A mi się fajnie, lubię sobie Patryka obejrzeć. Fajnie te jego ligowe wyścigi się ogląda. F1 jest spoko do oglądania, bo tam się zawsze dużo dzieje. Tak jak my na R-Faktorze jeździmy jakieś GT Pro czy coś, no i co? GT-kiem walić wyścig, nikogo nie wyprzedzisz może nawet przez cały wyścig i do domu. A na tym F1 to zawsze coś tam się dzieje, z tą strategią, z pit-stopami, z wyprzedzaniem, z DRS-em. Fajnie ogląda.
I mean, there's just a lot of places where you
Masz
can
jednak
bump
dużo
into
większe
all
nudy.
the people, despite the horrible bumps. And it allows drivers to survive as well. It allows you to get close, to have a go, to try a move, and to be able to defend it. You know, it doesn't have to be you've got to get by on this corner or not at all. Moves, as we've seen, will go on for several turns, if not several laps.
No, też tam z Patrykiem się jeździło w ligach za czasów Refaktora 1, więc tak fajnie, wiecie, tak jakby mam w głowie, że to jest taki jeden ze swoich, nie, co tam lata temu się nim ścigało po ligach. Jakoś nie jakoś dużo na pewno, ale się przewinął przez parę lig. Ktoś poszedł w content, no i dobrze mu idzie, brawo.
But there is 100% damage on the front end of that car, and I don't think that was from when Stefanko made the contact, which says to me that there has been some other issue for the 51.
Yeah, well, he's now been passed by that Team Project One car, which was behind him and is a lap down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Niklas Nielsen struggling in the
Swoją drogą, jakby wiecie, my się ścigamy już bardzo długo, no 5 lat już stuknęło, nawet dla mnie, dla Nikodema jeszcze więcej. I tacy ludzie właśnie, co po ligach się przewijali, jak zero pieniędzy w tym było i nic, i tylko czysto dla fanu, no to fajnie jak widać, jak tacy ludzie odnoszą sukces. Teraz Czembalok Bassi w Formule 2 będzie jeździł w przyszłym sezonie, on był moim teammate'em w jednej z lig na Refaktorze 2 w 2015 roku. Wiecie, nikt w ogóle by nie pomyślał, że można na sim racingu zarabiać, na czymkolwiek, a chłop będzie we W2 teraz jeździł. Także fajnie się patrzy na takie rzeczy. A co do NASCAR, Mateusz? No nie wiem, dlatego mi się podoba NASCAR, że tam nie wiadomo, który zespół nagle coś tam odkryje i będzie dominował.
So I think I'm afraid they are perfectly entitled to make a pass, and he is slipping down out of the points. And the question is, what do they do now?
No, czasy FSR, skąd takie rzeczy, wiesz?
The car losing time. How low are they going to drop if they continue all the way through the stint? I think that's, you know, whether the BMW gets a penalty or not, I think is entirely a moot point, because the Ferrari is clearly
Kurczę, no powalczcie tam o to P2.
It is a long way ahead of both these cars, but they are unlapping themselves from it, which is a very bad sign for the 51 car. The good news for them is that next car, the 10th place car, the Autosport car, is further back.
I'm sorry, the 10th place Axel car really got me there.
Yeah, no, I know.
Well done.
But is lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker. In fact, Nielsen's last lap, which was a clean lap, 2 minutes 3.6. Yeah. That's not the lap on which he got spun around. They can't sustain that damage any longer.
The thing is, they're about 15 minutes away, so about
No nie wiem, Mateusz, ten Byron to taki trochę miętki mi się wydaje, szczerze mówiąc. A jakie on samochody miał w tym sezonie? A wygrał jeden wyścig. Także miał trochę pecha w playoffach, no ale... A jeździłeś gdzieś coś, Szajchu, sam? Może ci kojarzę gdzieś, nie wiem, z nazwiska czy coś?
Any other kind of penalty, the sooner you serve it, the more time you have, change for the lead, change for second, the more time you have to undo the damage. So Schmiedl up to second there, got the run on Gordy Much on the inside of Sunset Bend, made it look as though he hadn't been sitting.
10 sekund ma Nikodem straty do nich, nie wiem czemu strat nie pokazują, nie? Bez sensu. Jeszcze powiedzmy coś tam odrobi do pit stopu przez najbliższe 3 kółka. I potem Isaac Price wsiada. Isaaca kojarzycie pewnie z Adaka na race roomie. I walczyliśmy.
Seconds wider behind the GPX Rebellion car.
We'll just say one thing on Niklas Nielsen. The last lap just completed. Obviously, he just went across the line there. It's a 2:01.8, which is still slower, but it's. I think he's maybe figuring out the damage. Back to the battle though for the lead. Like I say, 20 seconds. Gordy Much, no disrespect to him, of course, a fantastic driver in the real world and in the sim. Picked up by RHG earlier on this year, but has done a solid favour to Yuri Toman, leading the way by defending the way that he was, well, by just driving the racing line, destationing the pit lane. Yep. Great stint from Gordy Much, but Schmiedl just couldn't get through. Finally does, and the gap
Jernej coś bliżej do nas.
There's not
O!
really long left in this race.
Dobra, to
Realistically, it means
pomogło.
he has to be closing that down, basically half
Miotło
a
go.
second
Prawie
every
chyba zahaczył, co?
single lap.
Yep.
Or doing some very special magic on the strategy.
Yes, or they've got a few laps in hand on fuel or something like that. So
But they both pitted on the last time
So
that
there's-
GDX Rebellion Williams and Real Team Hydrogen entered the pit lane. It's the
Dobra,
same
kto
lap.
kiedy zjedzie? My zjeżdżamy na kółku numer 90.
talking about
I za 2
which,
okrążenia.
however,
Zjedzie wcześniej, tym lepiej dla nas. No zobaczmy.
The BMW 71, that's doing 2 laps, 3 laps more than anybody else on fuel, and yet is still in a podium position.
It's how,
Are they going to? I mean, they're not going to save enough to save a stop.
are you sure about that?
No, znów walka z Bejkolesem. No ale mówię, do nich jeszcze Pros musi wsiąść na ostatni stint, więc to nam powinno załatwić sprawę. Oni mają dobrego Prosa, no ale no, nie powinien mieć ten panikodema. O, dobry koreczek, pięknie. Mi się podoba. Ależ strata fajna.
They're still giving time.
Yeah, that third lap that they've earned, then that's 3 laps less fuel that they have to slosh in at the end, and that's going to save them vital seconds.
I was adamant that they couldn't do it at Spa. I was like, no, they're not going to make it to the end. This is still going to be proton competition, potential victory, etc., or at least one of the Porsche sports teams. I was like, they can't do it, they can't make it, and they made it. And so I learned from that point to not doubt the strategic mastery that happens within Team Redline. Whether they're going to make it with that one extra,
Na koniec w korek wjechałem.
I don't know.
Ale ci przed tobą też mieli korek straszny.
They were 4 laps further than everyone else.
Julie zaoszczędził jedno kółko na tym stincie.
So that was on the last stop.
Yes,
Because the previous one they were 3 laps, so they are gaining an additional lap.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you can do it once, you should be able to do it all the way through, shouldn't you? But they're still in the top 3. I mean, and that is a remarkable bit of alchemy. If you can save a lap per stint on fuel and still run at the pace of the leaders.
No tak, ale oni musieli. Tak to działa z tymi długościami stintów, że trzeba spędzić minimum 40 minut w samochodzie. No i to wychodzi ten taki zwykły stint 22 kółka jest za krótki. To wychodzi tam 39 minut. A ten stint z oszczędzaniem na 23 kółka już jest właśnie ponad 40 minut, więc najlepsza strategia jest taka, żeby Pros właśnie robił jeden ten oszczędzający stint 23 kółka i tyle. No to kurde, ludzie co na klawie jeździli, nie? To ja nie wiem. Ja nie potrafię, to...
Na tym.
Ale ja to podziwiam, ludzi co na klawie potrafili. Ja zaczynałem od RFT 2010. RFT 2010 to był modzik. Na publicznych serwerach w RFT 1.
Będę pełen bak.
Zgadza się.
I mean, that's why they're right up there in the championship battle. And after this, if they were to continue on in the form they're doing, I think they will take the championship lead, courtesy of the penalty that went the way of the 1-2-3 earlier on.
Yeah, 1-2-3 in the pits as well. They are currently in 9th place. Looking here at the Corvette, back into our GTE action. Where are we here? Where's the Corvette? Everybody behind BNS. Which is 7th place.
No, meganki były, no.
When I went for lunch and I've returned from
Ja się nie załapałem już na jeden challenge, ale właśnie do refa zacznę.
snacket and he's still in the car.
It's one thing that we have. I mean, I'm going to say it on broadcast. It's one thing we're not short of in the studio. It's food. We've got plenty of it.
Lord, yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised the mezzanine hasn't come tumbling down at some stage. Not just because everybody in the production gallery is upstairs and leaping up and down with every exciting move, but also because it's sagging under the weight of. Oh, and by the way, there are Christmas treats later as well. So, oh Lord.
Oh, there's a lot of people that remember the good old times. Dobra, masz 7 sekund do tego, tylko Izak teraz wsiądzie, nie? Ale no, kółko zaoszczędzili, więc masz walkę do mety. A Julie jeszcze jedno musi, ale to Pros będzie oszczędzał w sumie.
Axel Sporter in the pits, and so is the 56 Team Project 1 car.
Teraz postara się utrzymać stratę do nich, no i Prosa porobić.
big change. Okay,
No,
so
postaram się.
Stolze is, no, it's not Lucas Stolze.
A teraz
Kasper
podszedł.
Stolze, beg your pardon, is taking over FDA. So Lauren Heinrich.
O, rzeczywiście, no.
91
To dawaj go.
Porsche. So Rudy Van Buren leads for BMW Team Redline. Chan Ven is second. Dylan Pereira third. Martin Stepanko, Luke Hartog and Bruno Spengler is your top half dozen. All of them owe us a pit stop compared to the leaders, who have now made 3 stops, and we were guessing that would be 3 and a bit. It's going to be quite a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because 91 minus 100,000, we've got 43 laps left. Ooh.
Oh no.
That's where the nose damage came from, into the back of the Panis car.
And that'll be
Tak jest możliwe. Gietek tutaj bombował
so
LMP?
51's got a penalty
Co
for
się
that,
stało?
and the 55 has received a penalty, as we were expecting for that slam dunk.
Dawid Maroszek przed nami.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, that's we saw. And the rejoin for 51 also.
Oni już ponad połowę stintu zrobili.
I did wonder at the time. It was not the greatest rejoin from Niklas Nielsen. Wasn't terrible.
No.
But he did give, room to the racing line, but it was not good.
He did come in and just go straight from the apex. It's almost like he came off the drag strip there, wasn't it? Straight up for the apex.
It wasn't the greatest rejoin. Kasper Stolze, though, behind the wheel, and he'll run this out to the checkered flag. Great driver, race winner in GT Pro at Silverstone in Season 3 of the R-Factor 2 GT Pro Series. So has been a fantastic driver in his R-Factor 2 career, which has spanned many, many years. But we'll see what they can hang on to. Of course, Lauren Heinrich, you caught it, Lauren Heinrich jumped in behind the Porsche Esports car. So this is Lauren Heinrich's debut for Coanda, jumping in for that team. So his first race for them. Trying to battle it out to try and grab a podium or potentially...
Yeah, I didn't get into sim racing soon enough to drive 2006.
Może by nas puścił.
On this platform, though, again, he's done a couple of years of the Mobile One Super.
No, napiszę, żeby nie tracić czasu.
Did just get, by the way, word that Niklas Nielsen got and I think this is right, got a warning for that rejoin. Because I think it wasn't quite enough for a penalty, but certainly was
Tak,
enough.
Dillman mnie nie dojdzie przecież.
Williams Esports number 1
To nie ten
in the
samochód.
pit lane, so
Aha,
Dan
wiem.
Pittard now leads for GPX Rebellion Williams, British GT racer. And a chap who I've shared the commentary booth.
Ale wcześniej Miczy się bronił jak pojebany.
For
To
his sins, he was
zobaczymy.
forced into that a few years back. So he leads, number 5 at Williams Esports car in second place. And again, you talk about how it just needs one good run to turn your season around, doesn't it? This is the team who we were rather disappointingly having to say have yet to score even one single point, have not actually made a race finish in the entire season. Didn't even start the last race, Williams, the number 5 car, and that car now pits, but very firmly in the top 10. So when you pit from the lead, unless something else very squirrely is going on, you've actually got a much better day going.
Yeah, I mean, Moreno Sirica, who's more typically known for his exploits on iRacing.
Kurde, no, żeby Nikodem ich porobił.
I
jak jest tylko 5 sekund przed nim.
Well, if you call him Jose Manuel, maybe that would be a Juan Manuel.
But Moreno Sirica, a fantastic driver, but I don't know how much experience he has on R-Factor. We also get to see Isaac Price, who is a driver who I was surprised to see him driving in the R8G car. There he is, taking over from Gordy Much. A driver who's driven
Drive, którego dostał nasz Gietek za ten wypadek wtedy z Ferrari. Oho, teraz jest Junkadella w 70. Może i zrobić jeszcze przed niego i zaczną walczyć, to super.
For the FA G2 Esports team, so he drove Fernando Alonso in sim racing, departed that outfit, kind of went a bit awry, and then G2 partnered with.
Ale wali Izak.
But the point is that Isaac Price doesn't really have a team. He's driven for Williams earlier in this year. He's driven now for R8G. He's driven for himself for quite a lot of it. He's kind of a man that's a bit sort of all over. He doesn't really have a team that he's designated to. Interesting that teams like R8G pick him up and take him on and be like, right, let's just do one or two.
Bardzo mu się rusza ta kamera jakoś.
Considering R8G have picked up 3 drivers this week in the form of Yuri Toman, Marcel Chinchik, and of course Timotej Andonovski, who drives for the Tesla R8G car. They've picked him up full time as a driver off of the clutches from Dennis Lind and his team Nita Velix. I wonder if Isaac Price is ready to sign that contract and potentially might see him as a full-time R8G driver as well.
Well, for him, getting an opportunity to shine here for R8G might just also be painting him into a ticket for the virtual Le Mans 24 hours. So you know, there he is in the inset, a great opportunity. But again, when these opportunities come along, you know, sometimes the phone rings out of the blue, sometimes you're working hard for ages to get towards a position where you are getting noticed. But the acid test is always you have one shot.
Yeah.
And that, you know, that is it. You have got to make it work for you. So he's got to be fast, he's got to be aggressive, he's got to bring the car home. I mean, it's that tightrope balance, which is really hard. But, you know, so many drivers who have got to the top of the greasy pole have done it on one or two tiny breaks that they have converted.
Yeah.
And there will be a vast number more who just didn't work out for them in that one opportunity they got to shine. And you know, and then it takes them a long time to get further back up the order again.
Na tym kółku zjeżdżam Mroczek.
If opportunity comes calling, do try and open the door.
Well, I know.
Don't try and be too busy to answer the doorbell.
You know, Rory McDuff, who's on the grid driving for the number 14 race clutch Alpine car, of course, last season, or sorry, for Le Mans Virtual, was driving for the 2Cs car. They finished in 4th position. That was his call-up. And then from that point on, didn't do round 1 of the season, didn't have a drive for this season. Finally got a call-up.
Zewnętrznej?
Battle into turn 1 between the real team hydrogen car and RAG. Nice little cut back from Isaac Price.
Oszczędzę
Back to
sobie.
the inside, running through the kink of 2. Inside for 3, though, could be a good move for RAG to sweep up into 2nd position.
Nice.
Returning up there, Gordy much didn't have
Ja
a
cię
great
kręcę,
stint,
tak
but
blisko do
Isaac
P2
Price
będzie. Możemy wygrać ten wyścig, jak już wszystko się ułożyło zajebiście.
taking the initiative and taking his opportunity.
Absolutely. Now, you know, Gordy Price, the professional racers here, we said this in Le Mans 24 Virtual last year, the professional racers, no matter
Możemy
how
wygrać
many
ten
world
wyścig, jak dobrze pójdzie.
championships they've won, are the
Pójdzie
gentleman
dobrze.
drivers in this field, aren't they? You know, the professional racers here, the professional sim racers, are the guys who are leading development, leading setup, training up their gentleman drivers, the people that drive the real race cars, to try and stop them losing too much time.
Yeah.
And Gordy Much did a great job. Where was he? He was in the top 3. They were still in a podium position when he came into the pits, and they weren't nearly a lap back or over a lap back. They were 20 seconds behind the leaders. So he did a really stand-up job, and that's exactly what you do. You've got to be clean, you've got to be fast, you've got to get the best
3:20
out of
zużyłem.
yourself. The same as the pro sim
Zajebiście.
racers will. The
Yeah.
pro sim racers possibly have more to get out of themselves, but your job in Gordy Much or any of the other real racing drivers is to lose as little time as humanly possible. Don't get involved in battles that aren't yours. You know, Fritz van Aert or somebody in World Endurance Racing Team Netherlands, the team boss, his job is to not get hit, not
Jakie tempo ma ten
things,
Pitard?
not incur damage, not pick up penalties, go as fast as
Widziałem, że 1,48 robił, ale na ostatnim 1,50.
Fritz, let him go, let him go. Don't swallow, you know,
On musi
you have to
oszczędzić?
swallow
Nie.
your pride. Don't just, I'm gonna hold
No
it
tak,
off.
tak, Prost musi
No,
23
don't,
kółka zrobić.
because you'll slow yourself down.
You're only as fast as your slowest driver in a race like this.
Exactly
Now,
right.
you know, it's not
Exactly
100% the case, because there are a few good examples in this. But you know, your slowest driver, as you say, is normally your pro race driver.
Yep.
Gordy Much is a fantastic sim driver. I think, you know, he's still getting to grips confidence-wise with R Factor 2. Normally races elsewhere, so you know, he starts to trying to find his limit. Erhan Yovski is the R Factor 2 specialist in that car, and he's been teaching Isaac Price's plenty fast enough himself. But you've got a few other examples on the grid when it comes to pro drivers. Mitchell de Jong is a great example. Anchan Jiven, another good example. Danny Junkadea, who's taken over in that number 70, who was just dropped in that position. Danny Junkadea, fantastic driver, whether it's sim or real. And that's the thing. Actually, speaking of Danny Junkadea, the last time we saw him in Monza in that number 70 car, when that 70 car won, Danny Junkadea, to show how good he was, we had the average laps of all of the drivers. Bearing in mind, you know, you think 3 drivers apiece, 20 cars, 60 drivers roughly in the prototype category, and he was 11th. And that includes all of the sim drivers and the pros. And he was the lowest in that car, which shows how fast Jeffrey Rietveld and Mikko Schmieder were. It shows how good that car is, and it's no disrespect to the others that have jumped into the number 70 car.
Dobra, pierwszy do golenia jest.
That he is on pace with the sim drivers.
Well, when he's a pro racing driver, and there are 42 or 41 or 40 depending on how many are in the actual sports car who are real racing drivers. But when there are
Dawaj go.
at least 40 professional sim racers, or top class, if not absolute professional sim racers, and he's only just out of the top 10 of the very best of the very best, then yeah, that's great. Well, again, the Project One car being dropped back behind the FDA car, but now this is FDA after that penalty is genuinely down in 12th place, not in 5th place. So actually a car that they were battling to stay a lap ahead of 20 minutes ago, they are now battling for position.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Szkoda, że nie ma streama, bo kurczę, dobra walka.
David Pittard still leads.
Już nie będzie zmian, Pieczyk. Niko jedzie do mety. Będzie pitował na 112 kółku. Czy nie myśleliśmy o streamowaniu na Twitchu? Sorry, widziałem wcześniej wiadomość, ale pisałem na Discordzie. No myśleliśmy, wiesz, ale plan był taki, myśleliśmy, że trochę więcej kontentu będziemy robić. Takiego, że filmy będziemy wrzucać. I tak stwierdziliśmy, no, że fajnie wszystko w jednym miejscu mieć po prostu, i streamy, i filmy w jednym na YouTubie, nie?
Felix Rosenquist in the Team Redline 1-2-3 car for the first time in the race.
Ciekawe, ile czasu na walkę teraz straci. Przynajmniej jesteśmy na ekranie.
Where are we now? We are 4 minutes away from the end of hour 3.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. 1 hour and 4 minutes to go, and a little bit because we still have 28 laps at a minute and less than a minute and a half a lap. So.
Nasz samochód nam przeszkodził oczywiście.
Ajajaj. Wszyscy się zjadą do kupy teraz, nie? Będzie top 5 w 10 sekundach za chwilę.
On też będzie oszczędzał pewnie, tak? No musi zrobić 23.
Tak.
Maybe they are targeting our grand finale in January, but for right now, they're just trying to target themselves a podium. It does kind of have that vibe that unfortunately I think our streak of podiums for the number 4 that Tom Dillman is behind the wheel of. I think that streak
dobre ma tempo jak na oszczędzanie.
close here at Sebring, but you never know. It only takes 2 cars to come together, and then suddenly the number 4 is back in podium position. So no answer yet.
Troszkę szkoda, że ci komentatorzy nie ogarniają, że lider tak traci, nie? Lider to jest prosty teraz. My go gonimy po 2-3 sekundy na kółku. Oni jeszcze nie ogarnęli tego.
This is the whole deal about dealing with traffic, and that's where his spatial awareness as a real-life racing driver comes in, is that he sees where the gaps are going to be, not where they currently are.
Yeah, just going to say, by the way, when it comes to our race leaders, remember how we were speaking out, it was 20-odd seconds between them? I don't know if there's a major issue for David Pittard, who's seeming to struggle about 3 seconds off on the previous lap. Isaac Price is absolutely melting that gap. It was a 1:49.7 for the 22 car. Isaac Price in the number 8 did a 1:46.5, 3.2 seconds in a single lap. Could be confidence.
Tom Dillman z tyłu też ma dobre tempo w tym numerze 4. Ale nie traci. A, na Twitchu zamotania. Kurde, możemy skończyć wszędzie, więc
wywaliło redline'ów tych za nami?
Nie wiem, nie. Oni mieli karę, drive-thru.
Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. That's not your job. Your job is to be the best David Pittard that you can possibly be, and not worry about what the others are doing.
I feel a lot of pressure.
No, bo jest, że Jeffrey wbija, nie?
Right now he is going to struggle in this one, but we'll have to wait and see, as he is. He's got that. It's going to be coming down bit by bit.
Fordzilla in the pits with
that's
60 plus minutes to go, so their 5th stop now. So that's on strategy for them.
Yeah, it's
what are they doing? 20 lappers?
Something in that vein.
Yeah.
They'll pit, with roughly I think 19 laps before the end of the race. So they've got 2 more stops. Most of the other prototypes only have the 1, so this is starting to filter in.
Make sure those new tyres come in. So thank you, Lewis. We will catch up with the action in just a moment, but let's take a look at the hourly highlights at the end of hour 3 of the 500 miles of Sebring, courtesy of Lego Technic. Yes, please, Santa, if you are watching. Well, busy action right from the very
Top 4
start
w
of
10
the race in
sekundach.
both of our classes, and so much great wheel-to-wheel racing. GPX Rebellion moving up very quickly from the front row of the grids. They had their pole position taken away for track limit infringements on the quick lap, but got their noses out front. It was Porsche versus BMW at the front of GTE. The Porsche qualified strongly, the BMW not to, qualified on pole rather, the BMW got outstarted by the Porsche, but
Brawo.
BMW not only fought its way back in front, but
Zajebiście.
also was able
Jadą
to
po nich.
go at least a lap longer per stint on fuel, and that might end up being a very major advantage when it comes down to the end of the race, because
Ale no
in
możemy to
neither
wygrać.
LMP or LMG
Jak będzie ciężko porobić jeszcze.
the pit stop
Na szczęście, bo już się bałem, że
matched the
utknę
length
za
of
nim.
the race to anybody's great satisfaction. Coming from
A to
behind
pod łokieć przed.
with fresh tyres and shorter stops, Jas Heat again looking for a different strategy call, as did Team Fordzilla in LMP2.
Jest, to nam wyścig może zrobić. Brawo, Niko.
Drama for FDA, the Ferrari 488 was in
Jest
the
ciekawe
top
jak,
five right from the
no
start of
Izak
the
łatwo
race.
utknie
After about
lidera,
2.5
ale
hours,
ciekawe,
they
wiecie,
got
czy
tagged
gdzieś
out by
nie
the
utknie w
BMW,
eskach za
then
nim czy
ran
coś,
into
to
the
by nam
back of
pomogło.
the Panis. Both the BMW and the Ferrari picked up penalties, and here is where the Team GB BMW got their penalty for, and that was the start of Ferrari's woes. They have gone from 5th down to nearly 15th, losing a lap to all the cars at the front. Got away with this. This was coming back on in front of lapped traffic, and ironically, that lapped Wolves car is now the closest rival to the FDA car, having lost a lap with their penalty. Battle
Myślę,
at
że
the front of the
najpierw
field, real time, really
Wiśników,
pushing
a
on.
potem
Were in second
Romanów
place, then Isaac
ułoży, ale
Price getting
zobaczymy,
into
może
the
jednocześnie się
number
uda.
8 R8G eSports car and picking up second place. At that stage, he had gone from 20 seconds behind the leader to something like 15 or 16. That gap is now down to just 6 seconds. Chris McCarthy, real racer David Pittard is at the wheel of the leader, the number 22 GPX Rebellion Williams, but he has got two absolutely fired up, rorty, snorty pro sim racers coming up behind him. Isaac Price is bringing Nikodem Wisniewski not too far behind him, and the gap is being sliced to the leader.
Yeah, it seems only a matter of time at this rate, doesn't it? It's almost 2 seconds a lap. On the last lap, yeah, 1.8 seconds faster. So it's going to be in a 2 or 3 laps. They're going to be there, aren't they? Yeah. The way it's going, unless David Pittard can find something that he
Iwo porobił Junkadela, jedzie na P3.
Yeah, these two might as well stay with
Czemu nie
each other
pokazują
until they catch
no,
Pittard
tabelki,
and
kurde,
then
z
they can
wynikami,
start
no nie
to
rozumiem tego.
fight each other after that.
No tak jest
Axel and
czasem.
Simsa battling further back down the order. We were just
It's dark.
we were just allows you to concentrate. This is the battle for 12th place in GT. We were just looking actually at Team Redline, the number 1, 2, 3
Setne kółko
prototype,
właśnie przejechali.
chasing down R8G's number 18 car, and in 1, 2, 3 is Felix Rosenqvist. Really got the bit between.
No, o 1000 mil lepiej by się
all
jechało.
over the back of Risto Kaplan
Wyścigi
for
takie
7th
4-godzinne,
place.
te 500 mil to tak wychodzi 4 godziny, to kurde...
The points leaders coming in.
Takie nie będą, ale jak w kwalach ci nie siądzie, to już masz slipę.
Just ahead of them in 6th place is car number 10, the Marla Racing Team car. So looking at Cian Butler in the Axel Sports car in 12th place.
Jeszcze godzinka do mety, no to też nie tak zaraz ten koniec.
If he's driving from home, well, it's late afternoon here, so it's sort of wee small hours of the morning there.
Yeah.
Probably spent most of the day watching Australia whopping England at the cricket.
Yeah.
and then calming down a little bit by racing at Sebring.
Yes. Yes, I remember him from the Le Mans Esports series, Kim Butler, one of very few to have done both championships. Of course, that one was done.
Price'em będzie ciężko, no bo on ma dobre tempo, no to może go Nikodem dojdzie, ale no żeby go wyprzedzić to będzie ciężka sprawa, ale gdzieś tam w korku czy coś. Teraz ważne, żeby porobić tego numer 22, żeby szybko, sprawnie wyprzedzić.
It's incredibly eerie there, but yeah, it's great to see him racing with us, with Axel, and that is Redline in the pits.
No ale to jest na licencji WEC, to jest jakby, wiecie, ale mistrzostwa WEC-a tak jakby.
in the number 111, and that is the
Siema, Patryk.
Corvette C8. And here, Sim Butler really under pressure from the Simsa Ferrari before Andreas, behind rather, Andreas Schmich, the 66.
No dobrze, walczymy o zwycięstwo, Patryk. Teraz wskoczymy na P2 i będzie walka.
Battle for position for 12th place, and
That's Andreas going off.
a Ferrari possibly on fairly tired tyres. Nesta Garcia is in from second, so Lauren Heinrich moves back to the lead in the 91 portion. Now that stopped about half a dozen laps ago. That's the car on the left-hand side of your screen, I believe. Certainly that is one of the two factory Porsches, and that means he leads. Tommy Østgaard, the Norwegian, will be second in 92. For the moment,
Nawiązałem kontakt wzrokowy z liderem.
for the BMW and the Red Bull Corvette. This
Dawaj
is
go szybko i sprawnie i bierz się za Izaka.
3, and the others have already made 3.
I don't know how they're saving so much fuel.
No, tak, dobrze przecież Szajku, ja tam się jakby, wiesz, nie znaję do końca.
Może napisz do chłopaków, że jakby Izak go wyprzedził, to wiesz, żeby mnie też puścił, nie? Po co blokować swój zespół?
In every stint. So it's not like they saved one and they still stop a lap later. They're stopping an additional lap later every time they stop. So they are, if they don't save themselves an entire stop, they are saving themselves a shed load of time.
Ani oni nie wygrają, ani my.
Napisałem.
Ciekawe, czy będą skorzy.
Felix Rosenqvist never goes at anything less than 110% Rosenqvist. He's just such a great fun character and a very combative race driver. Gets by Risto Capit. There he is. That's Felix.
Albo niech się stukną z Izakiem, o, taki plan mam.
Spent the season racing in IndyCar this year, having been a Formula E and World Endurance Championship driver, or Formula E driver in the past. So yeah, IndyCar Series driver for 2021.
I believe he's continuing as well for next year. But
yeah, there are a lot of IndyCar teams that hold him in very high esteem. So yeah, anybody that drops him, he's not going to hit the ground before he gets picked up. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So that was a change for position. Rosenqvist closing in on the top 6. How far is he behind? 20 plus, nearly 30 seconds behind the Mahler Racing.
O, jury tutaj mi ten smuta na privie, że kurczę, wyrobili taką przewagę, nie? Wsiadł ten chłop i zaraz spadną na P5. Wtedy, no, te mistrzostwa. Poprosiłem tu chłopaków, żeby nas nie blokowali niepotrzebnie. Zobaczymy, jak to się rozegra wszystko. O kurde. Dawaj, Nikodem.
A, bronił się skurczybyk.
So was that Price going by pit? No, it wasn't. So that this is.
Nigo, dawaj go. Z walką o zwycięstwo w wyścigu.
They're about to go past Pittard. There he is.
There is David Pittard right in front. So your 1, 2, 3 is covered by 1.5 seconds. With 31 laps to go, which is 10 more than a stint.
He won't fight this too hard, will he? I mean, we have to remember this is his first race.
Yep.
So,
Absolutely.
how much practice he's done, I don't know. I mean,
as much as he can humanly afford, I think, as much as he can possibly fit in.
You put him on the Nordschleife, he races VLN, so he knows that place like the back of his hand.
But not in a sim racer. You know, there he's used to all of the, the car telegraphing him what he needs to know through his backside and his hands. Here it doesn't happen. Here's the change for the lead. Going around the outside, Isaac Price, and he sweeps around.
Fuck yes!
And David
Wyprzedził go, czy co?
with Nikodem Wiśniewski right
Chyba to
behind
mają.
him.
Ja cię kręcę, dawaj.
Pushing each other along down the straight, but
A popchnął nas jeszcze. Nie, to Nikodewiego.
Teraz full focus.
Ja pierdolę, brawo, dawaj.
And this is Wiśniewski looking for the lead.
Patrz, co go.
down the inside.
O!
Almost a bit of contact, but he's going to muscle
Two
his way.
into
Tak
three.
jest,
He goes
pięknie.
through into 3. So that, the two that doesn't exist is that little kick to the right-hand side, but it is notable. You do sort of have to follow the road, and that opened the inside line up a little bit. So Nikodem Wiśniewski started this lap in
Well-
third and is the leader by the time we get to the hotel at turn 5.
Yeah, this is our top 5.
Ja pierdolę,
entry.
dawaj,
That
gościu,
four,
no.
Floyd by Collins had a moment at the back
Jeszcze
there.
jeden pit i do mety walą.
But this is a really close race, isn't it? The top 4 all in a line. There they all are. And then in the background, that's 5th place, Tom Dillman.
Yeah, he's
who-
not far away, is he?
Yeah. And we all know how good Tom Dillman
Yep,
is as
absolutely.
well. Very close to winning the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual last year. Came down to the final hour, didn't it? It was really, really close.
Well, as we all know about Le Mans, so as with everything else, there's Isaac Price on the right-hand side.
27
I don't know who he's having a chat to, but he's got plenty to say, hasn't he? Oh, don't worry, I'll get him. I've got him. I've got fresher tyres, or yeah, exactly, whatever. Talking of which, now, where are the outliers?
3:45.
So Fordzilla back down in 15th place, but have completed one more stop than the others. Behind
Redline have done a drive-through, haven't they? So
Yeah.
that's why they've got one more.
Yeah.
Isaac Gillison for Yas Heat, they've done one more, haven't they?
Yeah. Again,
Wszystko w
that's
naszych
because
rękach.
they
Nico, awesome.
started early and started doing shorter
Started
stints
doing their
on
shorter stints.
fresher
Thank you.
tyres. The shorter
Same.
stint means that you spend less time filling, which sort of slightly mitigates against your longer stop for fresher tyres. So
And that's the same with the Alpha Industries car
Yeah.
and the Fordzilla car. So, and all the rest must, you know.
yeah.
So no one really then, in that case. You've got to think, if Redline hadn't had that drive-through, which is 30 seconds, they could have been, you know, fighting with the likes of Floyd by Collins
Yep.
there in 4th place.
Yep.
So,
No, absolutely right. And battle for position here. This is
Red Bull, yeah.
yeah, behind the Rocket Sports car. This is for 16th, so they're racing because they're racers and because the race hasn't finished, but it's not actually going to be for points,
No.
at least at this stage, until everything else
They'll
sort
get a
of
half, won't
sorts
they?
itself out. Yes, they'll get a half point for starting, or for finishing, more accurately. Nice battle though, and again, look, it just underlines what we've been saying about Sebring. Why you get great racing here is because it's wide enough to run door handle to door handle. They don't have chicanes.
Okej, jedzie do mety, no.
Which, you know, you think
Pit
of
stop na
Monza,
kółku 112.
if you took out all the
O,
chicanes at
112.
Monza, all right, it would be, you know, criminally fast, and the runoff areas just wouldn't contain anything. But it, you know, if you went from Curva Grande all the way down on the straight to the Lesmos, then you know, you'd get a lot more side-by-side racing. And who's
Oh,
that?
no.
Is that Pittard? Is he
That's
coming
our
into the
leaders.
pits?
Is it?
Rozwalił się. I nie zjechał do boksu. O nie.
That's a disaster.
O
That's
nie.
a sunset. He's now going to spin his way out in turn 1.
Ja.
This
I to jest
is
jeszcze...
Tadej
O nie.
It's going to take him a lot.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, he didn't know he didn't have a wing until
Ale
the
źle.
car turned around on him. That's
Yeah.
a real disaster. If he had just dived into the pits
6
there,
kółek, 7 kółek mu
This is gonna
zabrakło,
be a
nie?
very,
Do końca
very
stintu.
long lap,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's gonna
Yeah.
take him
Ale
a
błąd,
while.
że do
This is
boksu
the
nie
pace
zjechał
Esti
jeszcze.
goes at, just to not
Zresztą i tak jest 50 sekund
And
napraw,
oh,
30
yeah.
sekund na
And we saw
przejazd,
another of these at
no i
the
tak
wall
oni są
slide
poza
from
punktami,
the
to jest
car
beznadziei,
again.
nie ma nadziei dla nich
No
już.
data whatsoever coming back through the seat or from his experience of what speed is too much speed with no rear wing.
Żeby nie zabił tylko kogoś.
And I don't know, has he been able to see that there's no rear wing, or has somebody been able to tell him that there's no rear wing?
I imagine he can feel it straight.
Yeah, because the moment he hits the brakes, the whole thing's trying to lock up and swap ends on him.
What a shame. I mean, long-time race leaders.
20 litrów, przecinek
On
9.
the front row. There we go. He's gone again.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's going to spin at almost every corner now.
3,48.
In 12th place in 444. You just saw him.
Numer 22 się rozjebał i jedzie bez skrzydła gdzieś pod koniec S2 i spinuje za chwilę, uważaj.
That's Enric Andre, the Frenchman.
Here we go. Here's a replay then.
Numer 22 Williams?
Tak.
O Boże.
No.
O nie! Bardzo łatwo tam zespinować, wcale się nie dziwię, że tak zrobił. Bardzo łatwo tak tam zrobić. Taki wybój tam jest.
but
Zły.
known, or had he maybe driven, you know, the series before?
Ale pechowo, że to skrzydło
Okay, well,
stracił.
the first thing I've got to check is if I've got a rear
Prawie
wing,
dowiózł.
because we've seen that happen so many times. When a P car goes in backwards, it loses its rear wing. That's just what happens.
Yeah.
Jest gdzieś
in
we
the
trzy
same way
teraz.
that with a GTE car, it would be the diffuser, and you'd suddenly have no rear grip.
Yeah, he's a GT racer, so
Yeah.
I don't know if that was his experience of more doing GT racing. If that happened to someone we're used to seeing, someone like Will Stevens, for example, maybe they would have known straight away.
Or again, somebody who's experienced the other races, you know, you only had to watch sort of first 20
No, nie wiedział, bo tak gdyby
minutes
zjechał
of
od razu.
you know what's gonna
Jechał.
happen.
Yeah.
Or even the potted highlights we saw in the highlights at the beginning of this show of the Nordschleife, at least 2 instances of cars with no rear wing because they'd gone off backwards. So it is, I'm afraid, going to drop them right down the order. He's still not got to the pit lane. Leaders are coming round again.
Yeah, down to 9.
Yeah.
That's just gonna
That's
get
a
worse.
real disappointment because they were third here coming in. Points in each of the 3 races. 19 points behind the leaders. In he comes. So now, with probably 27 laps left, it's going to be more than a stint, but with an hour remaining on the clock, now's the time to hand over to the third driver and just let him do the stint in a little bit. I don't know how long David's been in the car. Has he done enough for the minimum drive time? If he
40
has,
minutes, yeah.
then hand over. If he hasn't, then he's going to have to do the fix the damage, come back on, and continue until he's done his minimum of 40 minutes.
This is good for Rebellion GPX Esports, not just because they're leading the race, but because they're 4th in the championship. Now GPX Rebellion's 3rd in the championship have had a spin and have lost their rear wing. Floyd by Collis Burst currently sit in 4th place, and Team Redline have had that drive through. So championship-wise, yeah, this Rebellion GPX Esports are in a very, very good position and are in a position to, you know, put a dent into that lead of Team Redline.
Yeah. Floyd by Colles, the number 4 car, in 4th place right now because the 22 car has dropped out. They've gone up a spot, so they benefit. Real Team, they're having a strong race. Yeah, this is going to close the championship right up, isn't it? Although Rosenquist now, what position was he in when he got into the car? He's now in 6th for Team Redline.
Yeah, he's climbing up.
Isn't he, though? I mean, he's absolutely flying. And look here, the 444 car that Michi Hoyer did a 2-hour stint at right in the beginning. That car still, Davin Rocek still can't get past Emmerich Andre for what is now 10th place. So have they gone by, who else have they gone by? Because they were 12th. Battling for 12th, I thought, rather than 11th. Perhaps it was 11th and 12th, which then puts them battling for 10th. So Race Clutch Alpine in 10th place. We ride on board in the Alpha Industries car. Looking to the inside. And goes out wide. You want to make the guy in front brake as late as he can. Come out with as little momentum as possible and then try and fire it up the inside between 2 and 3.
Kurczę, Nikodem buduje przewagę. P2 jest na identycznej strategii.
So much of this is trying to force them to do the things you want to do by where you.
Myślę, że wszyscy już będą na identycznej. P3 oszczędza paliwo na tym stincie, ale na ostatni stint wszyscy będą mieli dokładnie identycznie. Myślę, że wszyscy zjadą na 112.
Some drivers are just, you know, incredibly comfortable defending, and some are just can't, you know, are no good at defending at all, or by the very high standard set in the Le Mans Virtual Series. So, yeah, it's interesting when you have that situation. Some drivers do prefer to be the defensive driver and can just be very comfortable with it. We saw that earlier with Michi Hoyer, who, you know, just placed his car in all the right places at all the right times, and it took a very long time for the car behind to get through. So, the level of defensive driving we see in this championship is incredibly high. Here is Pittard now back out, so he did stay in the car in that number 22.
So he clearly hadn't done his minimum driving time. Yeah, unfortunately he lost...
what, 11 places?
Yeah, another minute in the pit lane. Another minute there.
No, byle go pozwolił. Ja cię kręcę.
Dramas. So that is their 5th pit stop. So he was only in for 31 minutes. He needed another 9 minutes in the car. Now again, whichever way you work it,
O, nie wiadomo, wiesz. Nowy komp. No ja dostałem takiego samego kompa i ja nie mam żadnych problemów. To takie wywalanie, o kurde, ale przed. Takie wywalanie, co nie widzieliśmy wcześniej czegoś takiego, no że nagle wywala refaktora, nie przy ładowaniu ani nic, nie ścina, po prostu nagle wywala. O Jezu, ale by się
right, left, right, because then you're on the outside, then it becomes the inside, then it becomes the outside again. What you need is a couple of lefts in a row or a couple of rights in a row, so that an inside line can work.
Yeah, well, he waited very late to make,
No, wiedział Nikodem, co pisze w tytule. Jezu, ale dobra, bo zapeszymy, nie? Proszę was, uspokójcie. A w sumie nie jestem pewny, Mateusz, trzeba by Nikodema spytać, ale chyba tak, no. Nie, to jest tak, że zawiesza mu ekran, ale dalej słyszy i kontroluje samochód, tylko ścina się po prostu ekran jakby. No, tylko refaktor z tego co wiem, że po prostu musi wyłączyć RF-a.
Chcesz wiedzieć, ile mam opon?
No.
77 wszędzie.
Zajebiście. Pamiętaj, że każdy zjedzie na tym samym kółku teraz raczej, ustaw się dobrze w picie.
Because you have to be down at the speed limiter to get to the line, so that's quite impressive to still set a purple final sector.
Jeszcze dwa.
And quick pit stop as well for Jonas Rivo. He's on his way out again.
A, przepraszam, nie wiedziałem, że słychać. Nie, woda.
Down to 8th place ahead of
Ale jak wygramy, to odpalam jakiegoś browara. Czysto teoretycznie to Triblastowi się nie podoba, jak grzebiemy w kompie. Znaczy, jest to zabronione. W teorii. Ale no zobaczymy. Dobrze, że ma tego starego kompa, sprawdzony. Ale mówię, jest miesiąc, więc będziemy kombinować.
Tyre strategy again because they're the fastest car on the track right now. The second fastest car is Team Redline with Felix Rosenqvist. He's absolutely flying. He's 0.2 quicker than the leaders, 0.6 quicker than R8G in second. But the car that is on fire right now is Jas Heat, and they are closing in on R8G.
No, wiecie co, z tymi składami to po prostu ogłoszą jak będzie wiadomo, bo jest po prostu mało prosów. Stacjonarny komp, tak. Na Lemą jest potrzebnych 2 prosów na skład. Nie po jednym, tak jak w pozostałych rundach sezonu, więc po prostu będą kombinacje, wiecie, tu któregoś tam coś przełożyć, dodać, odjąć, zamienić składy. Będzie zamota po prostu, no już to wiem.
Dobra, pełen bak bez opon.
Zgadza się.
Going 3 or 4 laps longer in some cases than other teams, and every single time.
And still producing top 3 pace.
Mam 4 litry o start meta.
You know, they are still in second place, and whatever else, Enzo is
No
not
to zajebiście, ciśnij.
He's not looking I mean, none of them do. Because, like,
Tak, no to my jesteśmy sim racerami, więc składy są potwierdzone. No i w numerze 5, pominajmy, jest Petar, Bryliak i Morono Sirika. My z Luim raczej na pewno będziemy jechać. Pytanie co z Rafaelem, bo Agustin wraca do BM-ki, będzie jechał w BM-ce naszej w GT-ku. To jest jakby jego domyślny skład na Le Mans. Tylko że BM-ka miała dostępnego jeszcze jednego prosa, więc nam Agustina pożyczyli. Ale na Le Mans będzie potrzebny Agustin w BM-ce, w swoim jakby normalnym składzie. No i pytanie będzie, czy Rafael Marcello będzie dostępny, bo on w tym czasie Dubaj ma mieć 24 godziny, ale Dubaj się może nie odbyć. Więc się okaże. Więc może będziemy jechać ze zeszłorocznym składem.
When you make your final stop, the less fuel you need to put in. It's not automatically a given, obviously, that you have to take a full fuel stop. If there are only 7 laps left, you take 7 laps worth of fuel. If you've stopped 3 laps earlier and you had 10 laps to do, you have to put in more fuel.
No, Roberta może damy. Robert bez doświadczenia, kurczę. Nie wiem, czy to był taki dobry pomysł.
Slightly slower for those laps. and
Plan był taki w ogóle, żeby właśnie temu Davidowi, co w numerze 22 jechał teraz, żeby się przyjrzeć, bo on był kandydatem do naszego składu na Le Mans, ale kurczę, no... Nie najlepsze miał tempo i się jeszcze rozwalił. Mało pojeździł chyba, ale tak czy inaczej.
Wcześniej zahamowałem.
No słusznie. Ale utrzymuj sobie przewagę, bo korek czy coś, to nie wiadomo.
Oczywiście. Dobra, muszę się ustawić.
Teams in 4th and 5th have got something up their sleeve. Marla, you know, I mean, they're going very well. 5th place.
Yep.
Let's just hope for their sake that it stays like that. But
No, Simie bez
Kurwa, przestrzeliłem.
not taking any really major risks, but also not getting hit, not having any problems, not having any penalties. You know, they're the cardinal rules of all racing, but particularly sports car racing. Stay out of the pits, don't hit stuff, don't pick up penalties.
right, leaders are all in. This is the point though, when you're Marla, you go, why couldn't we just done that at every round?
Because luck doesn't work that
Yeah.
way. Because form doesn't work that way.
Here we go.
Ooh,
Down the inside, triple
nice
four.
dive bomb, gets by the Williams Esports number 5 car.
Bez problemu.
Excellent work.
Dawaj do mety.
Really quick in lap from R8G in second as well. Purple.
21 laps left, one stint in a P car. So you're now, if you
This
fill
is
now, it's a full stint.
This is
if
it.
you don't fill now, every stop, every lap that you go, you're going to lose less time in the race to the people who are stopping now.
Now, when did the GT
Tylko widzicie, kurde, Team WRT jedzie. Co Orlen ich sponsorował, ale my nie jedziemy do nich. Trzeba było Orlen Rebelliona zacząć sponsorować i wtedy byśmy się dogadali. Ale Luis z nami jedzie, to by tam z Obajtkiem zagadał. Jak sypnie siano na Roberta.
Because it's a full stint now, and they're not stopping now. They're in now. So they're back on the same strategy as everybody else.
Yeah.
So
Blisko Izak chyba teraz, mi się daje.
now we have a dead heat.
Jarny wsiadł.
Basically, race to the flag. We've got a 30,
Zgadza się.
a 20 lap, 21 lap sort out without the need of artificially safety carring and waving people through.
Yeah.
So excellent.
That's the thing about
Ale są bardzo daleko.
You know, there's none of the safety cars or virtual safety cars. It's just a straight fight to the end.
Now,
Ja dam sobie
so
tego
what
odebrać,
we
mam
now
lepsze
know
tempo
about
niż
Jazz
Izak.
Heat is they didn't
Znaczy
just
nam.
do a short stop. They didn't just go, right, we'll do 10 laps.
Po prostu złóż fajny stint
They
do mety i
back-timed
jalono.
it exactly so that they would make their last stop 20 from the end or 21 from the end. So they've basically
Dobrze.
looked at, they've got a strategy and worked out full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint.
O, to by był skład, no.
Right, we'll do that early. But
No i tak Europol się nie wystawia niestety w Le Mans Virtual. Mogliby.
Whereas you think early in the race, let's say there were 11 laps left, and instead of stopping on lap 11, you stop on lap 14 or 15, and you give yourself 2 or 3 laps less fuel time in the pits when everybody else is making their final stop. Boom! Then suddenly you pick up 2 or 3 places. So they have gone with tyres and all of that, and got themselves into that position. But now they've stopped, they're back out the top 10 again.
Yeah.
Now, unless they've stopped long enough to get fresh tyres, what are we going to see here?
Oh, no,
A crash
here
in the
we
pit
go.
lane. Who's
So
this?
that's red line coming in. But,
and
no.
is that 4 or triple 4?
That's
4.
Okay, so
Because
that's
triple 4 is still out on track.
that's our 2 championship leaders.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah.
Well, now then, that means our race director is going to have to stop drinking coffee and eating snacks and make it a race decision. Wow.
Yeah, that's our championship leader blocking in, if you like, that from what we saw. Second in the championship.
Ja, czy numer 4 kary nie dostanie.
Yikes.
Wow.
Except you've got to get
Glad I'm not
stopped
the
in
one.
your pit box. Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah,
Glad
and it
I'm
was
not,
in
I know.
between.
O, z Grzesiem Gacem dobry kontakt mamy.
Yeah.
Widzieliśmy się parę razy w tym roku w Poznaniu.
Again, go
Można
back
by z
to
nim
the
pogadać.
Asset, you know,
Ale myślę, że Williams miałby coś do powiedzenia na temat naszego występu w Inter Europolu. No, masakra. Tak mówiłem, że powinni te pity powinny być na przemian LMP GT, bo jakie są szanse, że GT zjedzie na tym samym kółku co ty i cię zablokuje? No, bardzo małe. A LMP-ki widzicie. Po stopsie tnął. No ciekawe, czy Autosport pokaże, nie wiem.
Isaac Price, second for R8G.
That's very good as well.
And again, you know, we've got one race left after this. Look who's leading.
Look at them
The guys that won the big one last year. Nikodem Wyszniewski is leading in the
Pistins?
number
Nie.
one Rebellion GPX.
Generalkę już wam pokazuję.
And where is 22?
Tam ją znajdę.
15th place.
Wow.
Now, are they both
And they're
are
in
they
the pits.
both serving a penalty?
They're in the pits as
Yeah.
well.
Williams Esport number 5 car is in the pits as well and dropping out of the top 10, and that will put Jas Heat back in. 22, of course, they lost that extra time, didn't they? They basically lost the lap with that slow in lap and the repair time for David
Tak
Pittard.
wygląda
So
pralka.
Chincik is back in the car, who
Tu jesteśmy my.
started it, but that is a long
Ogólnie wygląda, sytuacja jest taka, że jesteśmy na tyle blisko i tak jest punktacja ułożona. Widzicie, że za różne wyścigi jest inna punktacja. Za Monza i za Spa była taka sama, więc po 25 punktów dostał. To Norda było więcej, ale połowę punktów przyznali. Zwycięstwo dostał 19. To Sebring jest taka sama jak za Spa, a potem za Le Mans jest więcej. No ale w skrócie mówiąc to wygląda to tak, że jeśli wygramy Sebring i Le Mans, to na pewno zostaniemy mistrzami. Ale no to kurczę, jeszcze daleka droga przed nami.
And that's a lot of that, because we had the likes of Rietveld was close to them at one point. The number 70 car was close to them at one point. They're no longer there.
Co zrobić manualnie w RF2?
It was once a four-way battle for the lead. It's now very much a two-way battle.
Red Line are getting serious. They've whipped out Felix Rosenqvist and Bono House is in for the final stint. They're in 9th place. Every single position here could make a really huge difference. 1, 2, 3 team Red Line. There are points leaders coming in. That lead looks certain to disappear as of now. Ooh, Rietveld for Real Team Hydrogen goes purple in sector 1. He's a second behind Mahler, who are 4th, right?
Tak, no w RF-ie można przypisywać pitboxy jak się podoba. Teraz są przypisane według kolejności w kwalu. Czyli pole position jest na końcu alei, a ostatni Gietek jest na początku alei. Można przypisać jak nam się podoba.
There they are. So there's Mahler ahead in the green and white colours, and just ahead of that, we will see the yellow and black of the Floyd by Collars.
Yep. So 410 and 70 battling for the final podium spot. Those are the 3 cars we're talking about. And we just had a very quick look at our, I guess he's still the GT leader. Oh no, Enzo Benito in second in GTE. Lauren Heinrich leads for Porsche Esports ahead of BMW Team Red Line. Tom Usgaard third in the 92 car. That started second on the grid. Dane Warren and Jeremy Bouteloup 4th and 5th for Proton competition. Dennis Lind in the Red Bull Racing Corvette is 6th at the moment.
24 godziny jest za miesiąc. Nie, przepraszam. Jest 15-16 stycznia. Czy wolę GT czy LMP? No wiesz co, kurczę, teraz bym powiedział, że GT. Ta Oreka, to z nazwy jest tylko ta sama Oreka, co w zeszłym roku Le Mans jechaliśmy. Ona po update'cie jest zupełnie inaczej się prowadzi, zupełnie inaczej się ustawia, bardzo mi nie leży, tak jak ona się prowadzi. Więc no, a GT są fajne, takie wybaczające. Jedziesz sobie po toreczkach, nie przejmujesz się niczym.
And he can tow us up to 3rd place. Floyd by Collars just up the road.
Absolutely so. And when those two get stuck into each other, the Mahler guys will go hey and go zooming by, and we've seen it before.
They've got to definitely be on tyres Red Line, haven't they?
You'd have to. When you're outside the top 3 in the final stint, you've got to do something different, haven't you? And something different is fit Bono House, but give him fresh rubber. And for the 10 seconds it's going to cost, or 12 seconds it's going to cost, or however
many. Make that up very quickly.
Well, he has to, doesn't he? And he knows what the odds are getting into the car, doesn't he? He knows, okay, I've got fresh rubber. I am going to be considerably quicker, but this is absolutely no mistakes allowed. You've absolutely got to nail it.
Well, for them, the best they can get realistically is 6th. I don't know if they can get any higher.
Sekund Nikodem już ma przewagi. Budował to co w picie tam. Pekło. Bono House, 5-krotny mistrz FSR. Nie, no nie, cały sezon już jest taka sama teoreka. Jedna rzecz, co mi się bardzo podoba teraz w tej orece, co zmienili, to opony. One są takie, że troszkę tracą przyczepności, ale no tak, nie, że Jak w GT-kach teraz jest, że one 2 sekundy tracą na przestrzeni stintu, opony do endurance'u. I medy się nadają na 2 stinty i softy jakby zmieniać co jeden stint, to też jest fajna strategia, także te opony są takie ciekawe dosyć.
So are they on fresher tyres as well? Because Jernej Simoncic doesn't normally do an average job in the number 4 car.
I don't know, but we haven't really seen what Real Team can do. They won the first round, and since then we just haven't really seen them, so we almost forget that they won that first round.
Yeah.
But, you know, they only have scored the points since, but
Well, the top two...
they didn't win that out of a fluke. They played a really good strategy there, didn't
absolutely.
Tak, no GTA jest na takich oponach jak było zawsze. Czy byśmy nie zostali liderami? Nie no, wątpię, ale zaraz zobaczę. My dostaniemy 25 punktów, a numer 123 dostanie...
of Floyd by Colles. This is for the podium. He pulls out early, comes back down the straight, picking up the toe.
Ale numer 4 jest na P4, a za P4 jest 10 punktów, czyli 15 nadrobimy. No nie, to nie będziemy liderami, ale będziemy blisko prowadzenia.
Jernej Simoncic just left the door, banging on the hinges there. Straight up the inside. Jonas Rietveld up
W końcu chłopie nam korek oddał, nie?
That was a great move, and that was fresh rubber, wasn't it?
Yeah, and look at Marla now. This is exactly why
Super.
Marla did not fight Real Team, because they've just done the work for them. Now Marla are right with them as well, and they could have a stab going down to the hairpin potentially, because Floyd by College do look like they're struggling in comparison to Real Team. They are flying, aren't they?
Sorry, Jeffrey Rietveld, not Jonas Rietveld. Yeah, you're right, absolutely. And the Marla car, again, you know, he was right behind that move. He saw what happened. He saw that the Floyd by Collars car just could not slow down at sunset. So all he needs to do is pile the pressure on, be in a position to make the pass. And Simoncic is going to have to try and defend. And although, you know, he made that mistake that lap, he may not make it.
GT3 też chyba nie ma.
Still going to have to work hard. This is Bonnerhouse in red line, and Team Fordzilla behind. Now, has he just made that pass?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay, so he's got ahead of Fordzilla.
Yeah. Next for him will be Risto Capit, and he'll catch him on this lap.
Yep.
Possibly pass him up to sunset.
RHG car not too far in front. Here is Simoncic in number 4. Yeah, Marla.
No widzę, że czatu w sumie kurczę nie ma włączonego.
Using the toe of the GT car. That's the red line BMW. Now, does somebody appear inside? Look, he's out wide, very wide on the bumps. Holds the inside line, not this lap.
Yeah, it'll be the next time
round.
Było lepiej z czatem, no. Teraz pomyślałem dopiero. Sam koniec.
A
na sam koniec najwięcej osób będzie, myślę.
I've actually stabilized that gap slightly.
DRS zone activated, etc. Who's just stopped? Simsa Sports coming out of the pits. D-Station coming out of the pits as well. Joao Paulo de Oliveira. And Gustav Grimbergas back in the Simsa Esports Ferrari. But our leaders in GTE, as you watch this battle, Lauren Heinrich still by 20 seconds over Enzo Benito in the Team Redline car that started from pole. Tom Yusgaard third for Porsche Esports, and in terms of their points...
Oh, here we go.
Ooh, that's Axel and Simsa. That's Team Project One and Simsa, isn't it? Yeah, so Simsa on the way up.
They've been busy this race, Simsa,
yeah,
haven't they?
Yeah.
They've been in battles
Grimbergas
constantly.
fresh out of the pits, going by Stoyanov Peev. Or not quite, as the case may be. There goes the Red Bull car. Now he uses... No, can't quite use the opportunity to go through, or can he? Yes, he can try.
That'll be brave.
And then we go left, and then if you stay there, we go right again. And so patience pays off, doesn't it, in Le Mans corner? Yeah, if you get your nose on the inside, you know eventually it will come back to you.
Yeah, great racing between them both there.
And look, that's taken a mile to make the pass. And he's still not definitely through, because the Porsche looks to be coming back underneath the Ferrari. Can't quite make that work. Not too far away from it, though.
Could have the run down to turn 1 as well.
And again, it depends on the relative strength of the car, where the Porsche is better, where the Ferrari is better. In fact, right ahead of the Simsa car on the road is the FDA eSports
Now,
car, but they are a lap ahead.
Lauren Heinrich in. Race leader has just come into the pits. So,
All right, okay.
right.
So that means anybody else will spend less time in the pits.
Now there goes red line. Each time they've been, what, 3 or 4
Ale co przyspiesza
laps
odtwarzacz?
more?
Yeah.
Some
Ahead of the first of the stoppers, but you know they should have 4 or maybe 5 laps fewer in the pit lane, and I don't know how many litres they need a lap and how many seconds per litre.
This is a splash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wherever you're coming in. So, yeah, they're not going to. Yeah, either way, you're not taking on nowhere near as the stop's going to be nowhere near as long as it usually would be. Ooh, a little bit of a tap there for the Axel team.
Okay, so total pit time for the 91 Porsche is now 5 minutes 17. For the Team Redline BMW, 4 minutes 26 spent in the pits so far
5
in
minutes
the race.
17, yeah, and wow,
Yeah. So, okay, 91 is the first of the cars to have been forced in for their final top-up of fuel. We'll have to wait and see. Fordzilla and in and out of the pits, Panis into the pits as well, so they are consigned to the sort of late teens.
This was around the point last time at Spa where we thought, well, Redline are going to come in any second, and then they just never did.
Is this where we confidently predict that it's all going to change and nothing actually does?
I'm not going to predict anything anymore because that one was, yeah, that one caught everyone out.
Floyd by Colles, number 4 machine, just hanging on, opening the gap up now against the Mahler Racing Team car. So Jenny Simoncic, having been passed by Jeffrey Rietveld in the Real Team Hydro
Jak, ale co to da? Jak tam
car,
prędkość?
number 70, is
Nie wiem,
definitely
czy też się tak
stabilised the
wydawało,
machine.
ale ten
Looks as
drugi
though
prawy w
car
S2 jest
4
dużo
will
przyjemniejszy w
finish in
wyścigu.
4th
Gumy tam
place.
dali.
And right now, that's going to help them a lot in the point standings.
Nie zauważyłem, ale było okej, no.
Second with 1, 2, 3.
Co to da Szajchu, że jakby... że jakby coś się opóźniło, to on sam nadrobi?
Pewnie jak to teraz powiem, to na następnym zakręcie nie trafię, ale za każdym razem trafiłem w niego dobrze.
No to na bank teraz nie trafisz.
Założymy się.
Now it's a case to see what happens with the other GT cars.
Yep.
See if anyone else comes in.
Yeah,
No,
only
not
Lauren
on that
Heinrich so
lap.
far, not on this lap.
No one came in that time. All the
Well,
leaders gone
you
through.
can't go earlier than you need to because you. Well, no, I suppose you could because inevitably, let's say you need 3 laps worth of fuel. If you stop with 3
Ale bez
laps to
sensu,
go,
no to
it's
leci w
very
przyspieszonym
little
tempie.
racing time, but if you stop with 5 laps to go, then you still only put in 3 laps
Momentami.
worth of fuel, but
A, nie
you're
podoba mi się to.
carrying more
Już
weight
wolę,
for
żeby czasem było
longer,
opóźnienie.
so it makes you fractionally slower. So in theory, you do want to wait until the
No wolę, żeby było parę sekund opóźnienia, ale żeby nie leciało w przyspieszonym tempie momentami.
the last moment.
Yeah, and then just.
So Redline lead from 92, and this puts Dane Warren in the 88 Proton Porsche on the podium in 3rd place, ahead of Lauren Heinrich in the 91, with Jeremy Bouteloup in the 2nd Proton car in 5th, and Dennis Lind in the Red Bull Corvette in 6th. So 4 of the top half dozen will be Porsches, 1 BMW and 1 Corvette.
Now, unless that's traffic, it doesn't look like it. But Enzo Benito is half a second quicker than anyone through the first sector. So I
Jak tam GT-kom idzie? O, BMK Redline'owa prowadzi.
Trafiłem, bo mnie Getek spowolnił.
No, ja wiem, Szajchu. Ale to wiesz, jakby nie jest zauważalne, że jest spóźnienie, no. Nie robi mi to różnicy. A wolę, żeby jednak zawsze było w normalnym tempie. A nasi panowie pokażę P7. 10 sekund do P6. Ale do pitu jeszcze będą musieli zjechać chyba, ajajajajaj. Kurde, numer 5 tylko na P11? W LMP, a tak dobrze im szło. 15 sekund byli tylko.
12 kółek do końca, 41,2.
12 kółek to 3,43. No, w sumie całkiem spoko, Szajchu, jakby. Sprytne rozwiązanie. Fajnie powgniadane to Porsche z przodu. Wiedziałem, że RF ma taki model uszkodzeń nawet.
Don't forget that this is not the end of the championship in any way, shape or form. It is our fourth and final regular race. Mind you, the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual is a regular length as well. That's 24 hours. That comes up on January the 15th.
A propos numeru 5 właśnie. No dawać chłopaki po punkty jakieś, kurde. Strategią nic nie zyskają, tylko tyle co na torze. Chyba P10 będzie maksym. One pakietaro chłopaki zrobili. Więcej docisku im to daje na Sebring. O, głosować na nas.
Go on to that or the Le Mans Virtual Twitter. We are putting a poll out to vote for your team
of the race.
Get voting now, and we will reveal
most
the winners
exciting,
to you
wildest strategy,
before.
most improved.
Yep.
I mean, you can
Proszę
choose your own reason for voting for your team of the race. Best livery, fanciest names. They live in your village. I mean, you know, genuinely any reason at all, you can vote for them. Can I just say, Mahler having a really good race.
Yeah, I was going to say
we're not mentioning that, but actually, you know, biggest turnaround in fortunes right now. I think it's possibly the Mahler Racing
There's
team.
two that are in the top 10, one of which has done an incredibly aggressive strategy with different tyres to the rest. So, yeah, and then we have one that's had an absolutely terrible season. That's all of a sudden doing good. So, yeah, if you can have a go at that. Also, we have stops going on, but we also have the Sport Buff competition going on our Twitch channels as well, where you can win a Thrustmaster T248.
Critical pit stops. Tommy Usgaard stops out of second place. That will move Lauren Heinrich back up ahead in the 91 car. Dane Warren and Jeremy Bouteloup for Proton competition also stop on that lap. Does that move Dennis Lind in the Red Bull Racing Corvette in shooting distance, or do they need, surely they need to stop again? Nestor Garcia handed over to Dennis Lind.
Dobra, PayPala poproszę o to.
Sami Mati-Trogan is 7th. Jonas Rivio 8th for BS Plus competition. So Enzo Benito stays out. How many laps remain? 10, including this one. He can't go 10 laps longer than his rivals. However, every lap he does go longer than his rivals means he will spend less time in the pits.
Now it's 32 seconds drive through. What's his gap to the rest of the field?
Well, we'll wait for Lauren Heinrich to complete a lap and then get that margin.
Well, it's got to be, it's less than 28, because that's how far Dennis Lind is behind.
Or is that how far Dennis Lind is behind Lauren Heinrich?
Yeah, potentially.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Ooh.
Here we go.
Change in 88 as well for driver times. Charlie Collins is in. So did he need to do more time behind the wheel, and who was that off?
Well, that was the Jota car.
Oh, it was the Jota car. Yeah. Well, they haven't had much of a season, and this race pretty much perfectly matches the season they've had so far.
Okay, Lauren Heinrich's in the last sector, so very soon
60% głosów, kurde, tak jest tu 20 parę osób. No, to by się zgadzało, 41 osób głosowało. Zrobiliście przewagę, dziękuję bardzo.
It won't be frowned upon so much now they've done that.
No, absolutely. So Peopev hanging on in the 57 car, back down to 12th place. Unfortunately, they haven't had much fortune in this race. Mind you, the other car down in 16th place.
It's just about seeing how far this, what's the gap between the top two. That's what I'm keen to find out.
Yeah, need to work on that. 92
is, well, that's
back in the pits.
That's Usgaard in again. Yeah, that takes them to 5.
Why?
Now,
did he just not press the settings correctly? Is that what that was? Did he not actually get fuel, even though that's what he came in for? Or he's just driven straight through the pits?
Well, he doesn't have a drive-through, so
that has all the hallmarks of a major.
They didn't stop though. They didn't take fuel or change
well,
tires.
he'd already stopped. he stopped.
So
91 stopped first,
and then 92 stopped the lap
and then
after.
90 he stopped
Bizarre.
at the same time as Dennis Lind hasn't stopped yet, at the same time as Jeremy Bouteloup and the 88 car.
Ale ciśnij aż do mety w razie czego, żeby z tym maksymalnym czasem kierowcy nie wyszła jakaś wiesz.
Wow. Okay, so Enzo Benito leads by 33.7 seconds is the answer.
Wow.
Over Lauren Heinrich. He's doing 1:58.9 last lap. Lauren Heinrich did 1:59.5.
Nic nie wyjdzie.
So
No
not
jadę
only is he
normalnie.
in front, requiring less fuel if he needs to stop, but he's actually lapping quicker. There's the BS and competition car. So Jonas Ravio drops. He hasn't dropped a spot yet. Actually, he's dropped or dropped away from Tommy Østgaard. Oh, we're hearing from our direction that
Oh dear.
it could have been a pit lane speeding infringement drive.
Nie ma prawa wyjść, bo to jest 3 razy po 39 minut.
No, tempem w czystym powietrzu.
BMW Team GB car. Enzo Benito, Kevin Van Buren and Kevin Siggy.
A tak by minutę stracił, to jeszcze minuta w zapasie, 2 minuty w zapasie. Będzie dobrze, panie kierowniku.
No tak, jedna korweta w stawce, 11 chyba w stawce. Więcej Porszaków i BM jak jest.
And save much more fuel than anybody else has been able. No one else has been able to save a lap more than, say, the Porsche eSports team.
Numer 4 skończy P4. Chyba tak skończą, nie? Numer 10 ich ciśnie, co chodzi, co Daniel ma takie tempo jakieś słabe. 23 jak skończy P6, no tak skończą. No, wiesz co Mateusz, tak realistycznie patrząc, to tak naprawdę jest bez znaczenia, czy tam będziemy 4, 5, 6 punktów za nimi. Po prostu musimy wygrać Le Mans, bo tam jest jeszcze kolejny, jakby wiesz, drugie tyle w puli, więc Le Mans trzeba wygrać tak czy inaczej, żeby był fame, żeby był hajsik, a jak wygramy Le Mans, to mistrzostwo się samo zdobędzie tak naprawdę.
Unless Benito comes in,
reconnected in 10th. Jonas Ravio.
Well,
And there he goes.
He's got to come out the pits first.
Yeah. So where is he? Oh, Gustav Grimbergus has gone by him, so has Steiner.
Korweta taka sobie chyba jest właśnie.
But he is back.
Fajnie wymyślili przed rundą teraz tą na Sebringu organizatorzy, że żeby BOP poprawić, powiedzieli tak, każdy kto chce może wejść na serwer taki specjalny testowy i pojeździć innym GT-kiem niż używa w sezonie, czyli powiedzmy nasz team używa BM-ki, no to jeździcie wszystkim tylko nie BM-ką, pokażcie na przykład, że Porsche jest OP, zróbcie zajebiste czasy w tym Porsche. No i zbierzemy dane i zobaczymy po prostu, tak? A Porsche niech pokaże, czy BM-ka nie jest przypadkiem OP. Zespoły, które jeżdżą Porsche, tak? Niech pokażą, czy BM-ka nie jest OP, niech zrobią BM-ką zajebiste czasy. Na takiej zasadzie. I powiedzieli, no i zobaczymy wtedy, tak? Każdy może udowodnić, że inny samochód jest za szybki. Ale chyba całkiem fajny pomysł mi się wydaje. Razy trzeba wybocić inny samochód, a to nie mało czasu zajmuje, a dwa, że chyba właśnie mało osób wzięło w tym udział. Wiecie, na przykład jeżeli zespoły jeżdżące Porsche uważają, że Porsche jest faktycznie dobre, no to przecież nie będą jeździć BM-ką, żeby wyszło, że ona jest gorsza, nie? Że nie potrafią takich samych czasów zrobić. Ale no, w teorii pomysł całkiem fajny. Ja też bym chyba wolał wygrać Le Mans niż cały sezon. Hajsik jest taki sam, a jednak chyba bardziej bardziej prestiżowe jest Le Mans. Ale fajnie by było wygrać, albo najfajniej by było wygrać to i to.
Does he hang on? He does ahead of Emmerich Andre, but not for long. Here comes Andre. Oh, can't get by with the red nose on the race clutch Alpine car.
And Lauren Heinrich is still losing time to Benito.
Yes,
absolutely.
And Benito has still yet to stop, and there should be 6 laps left.
I mean,
which is, I think he's already gone 4 more laps maybe than Lauren Heinrich.
Yeah.
You know, we're looking at half a stint. Not quite, but
another.
Nie ma fanatyk.
Yeah.
Look at this battle as well. Look at
Ale
this.
mu siedzi
I
na
want
ogonie.
that place back. And they're carving their way through
Dawaj,
the
Petar.
GT cars who have
Punkcik.
their own little battle. Which of the
Znaczy wpadli na pomysł, żeby wiecie, przed każdym torem tak, no czyli no dwie rundy zostały wtedy tak na ten pomysł wpadli, żeby każdym torem tak robić, nie? Jopi na każdy tor, żeby było, czyli przed Sebringiem, no i przed Le Mans zrobią to samo. No ale to faktycznie wymaga, żeby każdy zespół poświęcił czas, nie, na pojeżdżenie innymi samochodami. A jeśli, no tak jak mówię, na przykład korweta jest słaba, no to nikt nie będzie poświęcał czasu na pokazanie, że ona jest słaba. No to zespoły, które jeżdżą korwetą, no nie mogą nią robić tych testów, tak? No bo to by było założenie jest takie, że specjalnie by nią wolno jechali. Więc jeden zespół, co jest w korwecie, czyli Red Bull, no to ma przesrane. No nie są w stanie tak naprawdę taką metodą pokazać, że powinni im odjąć kilogramy.
It's very close.
Yeah.
Traffic
the
could
right
decide
brake in
this.
traffic will decide it,
Yeah.
or the wrong brake, depending on which side of the pit wall or which pit trolley you're sitting on.
That's what it's going to be. Floyd by Colliers do not want to hit a big bunch of traffic, otherwise that could be game over. So,
well, in the end, it doesn't matter really for their championship aspirations whether Marla finish ahead or behind, as far as they're not battling Marla, but it's the points that you lose.
that said, points-wise, Lewis just has been doing the maths upstairs. So Floyd by Colliers are going to be on 58.5, Redline on 58.
Yeah.
And Williams Rebellion on 54.5.
Half a point in it for the
4
lead.
points between the top three. So yeah, so it does matter a little bit if they lose this place.
Exactly so, exactly so.
If they lose this, they lose the championship, or they don't gain the championship lead, shall I say, because they weren't leading it going into the race. So yeah, this is to hold what would be a new championship lead.
Still no sign of our GTE leader needing fuel.
It looks like they're going to go.
They're obviously running on fairy dust or some such. I mean, astonishing ability to run enough pace that you're not hanging out in the bottom end of the top 10. You're leading the race ahead of Porsche Esports, and you're still out fuel saving them in a way that Porsche legends like Norbert Singer used to make a trademark. I mean, it's an astonishing, double edged sword. There's no downside of that. Even if they stop now with 4 to go.
They can crawl round now, though. They can be, what, 8 seconds a lap slower or something ridiculous?
Well, yeah. Okay, we're on lap 130. Well, the leaders are of 134. Don't forget that the GTE cars don't keep going round until they've done 134 laps. When the leader completes lap 134, the checkered flag is out, and if the GTE cars are just ahead, they do the rest of the lap. If they're right behind, then they finish as well. So, yeah, for Lauren Heinrich, for Dennis Lind, I mean, we really haven't talked much about the Corvette in a potential podium position, because that is all now unwinding for them. They have worked hard in the sort of lower reaches of the top 10 all race long, just gradually creeping closer and closer. It'll be interesting to see what their pit stop times were like as well. They have spent, well, here's the answer. They have spent 4 minutes and 27 seconds in the pits. Enzo Benito and the leading BMW has spent 4 minutes and 26. Everybody else has spent a full minute longer in the pits.
They've essentially replicated Redline strategy.
Yep.
Albeit they've just done it.
But because they weren't leading from the very start, it was less easy for fools like us to spot it. No, it's just as achievable for them, but it was less glaringly obvious that everybody else peeled in behind them and they led and led and led, which is what we saw from the BMW. So, we've seen, where did Red Bull qualify? I mean, they were a long way back, weren't they?
They were down in 11th place.
They were 32nd, so 11th place in the class, and they've come up into a podium position.
This will be back-to-back podiums for them as well. They were second last time out. So, they were only 7 points behind Team GB. They've had a disaster. I guess they've actually recovered fairly well, but it's not been a great race for them.
Yep.
But they'll close in on pretty much all the teams ahead of them because they're ahead of the 92 after their drive.
No nie zapeszajmy, Patryk, ale 10 sekund przewagi na 4 kółka do końca, no to wygląda to dobrze.
Yeah.
Redline and Porsche Esports, who are currently running 1-2. The 91 Porsche Esports is the better placed in the championship. Those are the only two cars that will outscore the Red Bull Corvette team. So Dennis Lind and his boys will jump
Tak, no
from
transmisja jest na
8 to
kanale WET, to prawda. No nie wiem jak to działa z tymi licencjami. Jakoś tam mają.
maybe in the championship.
I don't know, well, because it's the lowest points, 25 for the win, 18 for second, so on. They'll get 15 points.
Yeah.
I'd say they'll climb at least 2 places. But they'll be very close to 4th place if they are not there already.
No gładko nie szło, w P7 byliśmy w połowie pierwszego stintu. Więc trzeba się było przebijać i walczyć. Ale no jakichś tam zadań większych nie było ani nic.
Take a look at this. This is the 92 coming into the pit lane.
Didn't slow it in time.
Yeah.
And there'll be
Fajną
less
walkę
than
Nikodem miało
40
prowadzenie.
between our top two, so less than a win. Less than the gap between first and second in
No,
points at Le Mans.
źle tam pojechałem. Moja wina, że straciłem to P6.
57 drive-through for causing a collision with the 38 Jota
Ale na
car.
szczęście wydaje się, że będzie to bez znaczenia.
They did let them back through,
Well,
but
they didn't have any option because the Jota car's quicker. It's not like they slowed down in
no,
any,
but
in any way
they
notably.
did. Yeah.
They didn't take them off again as they tried to pass, you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so drive-through, well, will he have time to do it? Not really. That could be commuted to a plus 30-second penalty, unfortunately, but that's not really going to... Team Project One are taking their drive-through. 57 car has just left the pits. So, Enzo Benito leads in GTE. There's 91. Lauren
Close
Heinrich
battle.
in second place, or is
The
that
battle.
92? That's 92 further back.
The battle for 4th is very close. Half a second between Simonjic and Dennis.
Again.
Yeah.
Axel Sport stop with 2 to go. That didn't work out well for them in LMP. Yes, you're right, Dennis. Philippe Denez right behind Jenny Simonjic again for 4th place.
And just a quick announcement, by the way, thanks to everyone who did vote for the team of the race. The winners of the team of the race are the number 1 Rebellion.
Wygraliśmy.
Well, you
Team
have
of
to
the
say they
race.
have
Laps to
done
go,
a
guys.
fantastic job, haven't they?
So
I wonder,
thanks to
I wonder
Robbie.
how much they shaded the 71 Redline BMW team by, because they've done an outstanding job.
They started 6th, did our race leaders overall. So yeah, to climb, it's not been straightforward at all.
Still not done for BMW team Redline. If they run out on the track now, then they lose the whole thing. The leaders are on lap 133. Here is the 5th place car, Philippe Denez, and in front of him is the 4th place car, Jenny Simonjic, hanging on with whatever he's got left in the tank. And Denez keeps getting closer, and then Simonjic keeps just finding traffic to get in the way of his rival. Is this going to be a last lap pass? Leaders on lap 133, so this is the penultimate lap for this battle as they start the lap. Leaders will have 1 more to go at the line, so they will see the white flag. Do we see the white flag? They would see the white flag were they in actual Sebring, and there is the Corvette on for 3rd place. Don't get hit by anybody. You've got nobody behind you. Let them through. Nicely done, Dennis Lind. I'm sure I don't need to explain to him what needs to be done, either in the real world or in sim racing. That's a big result for them as well. Really big result for those guys.
Yeah, you know, to get back-to-back podiums.
Ciekawe co tam wymyślą, może i Hypercar.
It's like chaos at Nürburgring, but and they came out of that unscathed. But they've started the season with a 13th, then an 8th, then a 2nd, so they were only going in one direction, and they've just continued to improve by getting yet another podium in a race where all the championship leaders have been at the top of their game.
We have our Thrustmaster T248 winner playing Sport Buff on Twitch. It is at crazyface228871. Snappy, rolls off the tongue. Rolls off the tongue. But we will contact you after the race early next week and organise that for you. So congratulations to you as well. And don't forget, you can follow us all on Twitch at Le Mans as well. Follow the entire thing. And as the leaders hit the final lap, Nikodem Wisniewski in the #1 Rebellion GPX esports car that won Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual last year, leads on the final lap here of race 4 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Enzo Benito leading for BMW.
Jadą do mety.
And is it Gillison for Yasheet? Another purple lap. The fastest race lap goes in on the penultimate lap of the race.
I mean, the impressive thing about the #1 guys is they don't qualify well. Their best qualifying result is still only 6th, so they never really qualify well. But strategy and racecraft, they've got it clearly nailed down. And yeah, with those qualifying results, they just needed a couple of things to fall their way to really stomp off and get a win. And yeah,
No, chyba się uda w końcu.
but they've been in the right places at the right times. They've had really consistent pace.
Dawaj go do mety.
Deservedly.
O, ostatni zakręt.
Well, you know what they never say in America? Pole on Friday, sell on Monday. It's win on Sunday, sell on Monday. That's the one that counts. You don't get any points
Bravo.
for pole. You
Well
get
done,
all
guys.
the points for winning. And
Awesome.
if you can't qualify quite as outrageously
Tak
quickly
jest,
as
mają
your
to.
rivals, as long as you can beat them in the race, that's all that matters. The checkered flag awaits. The final lap, Nikodem Wisniewski, there he is. Punches the air with delight, is as calm and as cool as a cucumber, scratches his nose with delight.
Awesome
He's
job,
gonna
guys.
win it. Isaac Price will come across
I
the
didn't expect to
line,
win
11
at
seconds
Sebring.
back in second place for R8G Esports. He has done so, and Real Team Hydro will take third. A great result for them as well. We have one position in the top half dozen still very much up for grabs. Jenny Simoncic versus Philippe Denez. Meanwhile, here is our GTE leader, still showing no signs of having to visit the pit lane any more times. And two of our top 3 have really worked hard. There is your third,
Mają to.
fourth and fifth across the line. Simoncic holding on by 0.6 of a second after 4 hours of racing from Philippe Denez. Great result though for the Marla team. We don't own shares in Marla. It's just nice to see somebody who's had a kicking coming back from that. And Enzo Benito will do the final lap in this BMW team red line M8. Checkered flag.
No Andrzejku, ja cię kręcę, nie? Ładnie żeś pojechał.
Dobrze dałem?
Dobrze żeś dał. Tylko i zakład porobiłeś, myślałem, że ciężej będzie. To on będzie miał lepsze tempo.
O, tempa nie miał złego, jak ja średnie 46 robiłem na drugim stincie, nie? No, ale wiesz, tak walczył fajnie, zostawił miejsce i w ogóle, nie? Jakby...
oczywiście. No dobra, ja cię kręcę, jesteśmy 4 punkty za liderami, nie?
Kto jest liderem? Koles?
Tak, no. No, czy tam Redline jest, są pół punktu za nimi, coś takiego. Albo we wtedy. Ależ pogoń. Szczęście moje błędy nic nas nie kosztowały.
Pogoń Szczecin. Takie błędy.
Akurat żeś streama nie robił, nie? Jak taką walkę miałeś, przebijanie się.
No i dobrze, i mogłem się skupić przynajmniej.
Zgadza się.
A na streamie to można obejrzeć
Congratulations to
głównie.
the winners.
No,
It
dziękuję.
was interesting, challenging, quite tough at some occasions. At the end of the day, we can be happy with the overall behavior. Let's prepare ourselves now for the big one, which is in January. And again, congratulations to everyone. If you need us, we will still be around for another good pair of minutes. Thank you from our side.
A dotoczyłem się do boksu.
Ale że zaoszczędził. O, spojrzałem na te czasy. To mój stint drugi, gdzie przejechałem 23 kółka, zajął 41 minut. Gówno. Naoszczędzałem paliwo przecież.
No.
Co, Marcel?
With the number 22 car that started on the outside of the front row of the grid for GPX Rebellion, and the number 1 team were never too far behind. 70, the Real Team Racing crew qualified strongly in 3rd place as well. It looked as though they were going to have a good race battle and plenty of close action early on.
Nie, to jest Eduardo. To jest dyrektor wyścigowy, który też na Le Mans w Realu jest dyrektorem wyścigowym. Eduardo. No Boże, jak on się nazywa? Eduardo Freitas.
A good run up into the top 3 at the midway point of the race, but then lost time. 1, 2, 3, the points leaders having an incident in the pits and picking
No brawo.
that with the number 4.
Dobra, stary, no to jak my. Zobacz, mieliśmy prosa po prostu, co pojechał fajnie i nie stracił nam, to w 4 godziny już wygraliśmy. To w 24 to ja nie wiem.
Co 3 razy wygra.
No, za długi ten wyścig. Tylko żebyśmy prosów mieli właśnie dobry.
Corner speed a little higher than the Jotas after the P-car had dived by in traffic.
Teraz przyjdę.
Victory in the end for Rebellion GPX Esports from R8G and Real Team Hydrogen and in the
No dobra, panie i panowie.
BMW just thrashed
Udało się, sukces.
pace and fuel mileage. A remarkable
Emocje miałem, kurde, jak Nikodem się przybijał, a teraz to będzie, to już sprawa przesądzona.
Proton had absolutely no answer to.
O, dzięki Damian.
So let's take a look at our classified
No, fajnie, fajnie. Na Nordzie zostaliśmy porobieni przez czerwone flagi, tutaj sobie odbiliśmy. Ale dobrze wygraliśmy, no kurde. Po tym Le Mans w zeszłym roku jak wygraliśmy, a teraz tak wiecie. 5, jakieś tam P3 się wyciągnęło na spa, ale w końcu coś się udało wygrać, no. Honor uratowany. Czy wiadomo z kim na Le Mans będziemy jechać, Marcin? No nie wiadomo, znaczy z Louis będziemy jechać raczej, ale jeszcze drugiego prosa potrzebujemy. A Rafaelem ma Dubaj wtedy.
Są jakieś wywiady, czy nie?
Agustin ma na wywiad chyba iść.
Aha, to gitara. Dobra, tylko teraz wygrać Le Mans i mamy mistrza podwójnego.
Zgadza się. Tutaj na czacie mi liczyli chłopaki punkty, ile będziemy tracić i tak dalej, ale tak mówię, no, że Le Mans musimy wygrać tak czy inaczej.
No.
Inna opcja nie wchodzi w grę.
No, no.
To tak, jak Le Mans wygramy, to mistrzostwo się samo wygra.
Dokładnie.
No, byśmy byli
Trzeba
liderami.
Agustina wziąć, żeby z nami jechał.
No, byłoby zajebiście.
Ma super tempo chłopak. Potrenował. Ogarnia wszystko. No, ale super kandydat. I Louis. Niech przyboci i pasuje.
No, to by dobry skład był.
However, Le Mans is a very different kettle of fish to Sebring. Porsche Esports taking second. It looks as though
Fajnie, nie? Jedna BMK i 4 Porsche. Ale blisko. Aha, nie, przepraszam. To 40
O,
sekund. Czy nie
myślałem, chłopie, że nigdy nie wygramy, nie?
No, tak mówię, że to Le Mans waliliśmy w zeszłym roku, a tutaj jakieś tam 5 dowoziliśmy. W końcu coś się udało. Co wiesz?
3 razy jechaliśmy na podium, tylko nam nie pykło.
No, zgadza się.
2 razy. A raz pykło. To spada też było do ojebania.
Pisze Mateusz, że Louis spoko chłop, ale tempa mu brakuje. Ale on jest taki, wiesz, pewne ręce. Dasz mu na parę stintów, dowiezie co ma i odda ci samochód w jednym kawałku.
No, nikt nie mówi, że musi być super jakiś najszybszy, no ale jest trochę wolniejszy, tak, ale właśnie pewnie jedzie, nie? I to w takim długim dystansie to nie robi różnicy wielkiej.
No, dokładnie. A na Sebringu ja też bym pomyślał, że ostatni tor, na którym ja będę walczył o zwycięstwo, ale że Nikodem jest bogiem Sebringu, także wiecie, no, to przesądziło.
No, w końcu dobre stinty, bez błędów jakichś, tylko tak solidnie i...
No, ale też sobie nie mówić, no to numer 22 zasłużył na zwycięstwo, no.
No, to prawda.
Niestety, no, chłopaki nic nie mogli zrobić. A ten Prosik stary zespinował na wejściu w ostatni, wiesz, na tym bumpie tam go podbiło.
No tak, ale no, zasłużyli na zwycięstwo, no jakby ten Prost się nie rozwalił, to i tak by nie wygrali, tak.
No, bardziej na zasadzie jakby oni byli takiego Agustina albo
No,
chociaż...
dokładnie, no nie, no to tak, no to oczywiście.
No, klasyfikację pokazali. Tracimy 58,5 punkta ma Bajkoles, 58 ma Redline, my mamy 54,5.
Jezu, to P3 jesteśmy.
No tak.
Ale ludzie.
A potem kolejny red line ma 41, czyli 13,5 punkta do nas stracą.
Gdyby nie ten Nord, to byśmy mieli taką przewagę.
No, niestety. Jakieś P3 jakby tam nam dali. Właśnie, poza tym jesteśmy niepokonani na Sebringu, więc co tu, że się nie spodziewaliście, że wygramy.
No.
Redline czy Maxa nie będzie miał na 24? Ja nie wiem, czy Max jest w składzie, czy nie. Możliwe, że jest. Bo jakby składy są zgłoszone już, no wiadomo, że to się tam może zamieszać i wymieszać w ciągu sezonu, ale jakby jakieś tam są.
No, ja się pożegnam, pójdę pod prysznic. Gratulacje i musimy zacząć zaraz się przygotować do Le Mans, bo to za sobą miesiąc.
Zgadza się.
To najpierw Sim Formuła we wtorek.
No właśnie, a potem Le Mans. Takie są składy jak coś na cały sezon. Nie ma Maxa. Nie macie dwa
No to pa.
redline'y. No siema, gratki, trzymaj się.
User disconnected from your channel.
No dobra, szedł. O Jezu, przepraszam. Oj, nie, to chciałem kliknąć. Dzięki, że byliście, fajnie się jechało. Szkoda, że Nikodem nie miał streama, bo by się fajniej na pewno oglądało, no ale przynajmniej się chłopak skupił i porobił wszystkich, także chyba musicie mu wybaczyć. I co, we wtorek jedziemy Sim Formułę. Ma tempo Felix, no, Felix jest kotem. We wtorek jedziemy Sim Formułę i tak to wygląda, no a potem się przygotowujemy do Le Mans. Także widzimy się i słyszymy we wtorek. Trzymajcie się, siemanko.